For now, I'll call back our moderator and also CEO Stanley Mtoya, who's on standby to also set us up for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lwambe. Can we also give a hand of applause to her for taking us through that recap? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we start, again, allow me to call upon our CEO of the Ausc Region 5, Mr. Stanley Mtoya, to give us a few words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I'm sure Dr. Lwambe is going to explain that a little bit later on, because I was relaxed and I was ready to serenade myself in the presentations and enjoy how the sessions are going today. But allow me just to say one thing before I give my words, that if you were to ask me what my aha moment was yesterday, I have numerous of them, but one aha moment I took home from yesterday was the fact that I must bite my tongue. There are times when you feel that grit and you want to give it all out, and you have to bite your tongue and say, Stan, take it easy. And the strategy that Tebo told us yesterday, where you write it on email. And when you spoke, you are actually speaking to me. Sometimes I do that. I write a very long email, and then I delete it and say, no, I can't send this, and I'll be fine at that time. So thanks again for those tips. That became one of my aha moments yesterday, and it's numerous of them. But also, I know you wanted us to talk about the aha moments from the content of the presentation, but I've also had the aha moment, which was not basically the content of this room, but the performance of the other room where yesterday that people really got down and they performed, and there was one name that came quite strong to me in the feedback I got this morning, that Ruth Mzengo from Malawi really got down yesterday. But that's what it is, and I just want to say that sometimes we work in silos. Sometimes we box ourselves. Sometimes we create walls that are so tall that you don't see what's happening in the next door. And we focus only on issues. And what you think is a problem for you, you realize is a luxury for the next person. Story goes that at some point people were told to remove all their burdens and throw them in a box somewhere. And they did that. And then they were told to go and pick their favorite or their most preferable problem. There was a stampede of people trying to go and pick their own problems before they were taken by anybody, because they realized that their problem was even better than what other people have. So when we meet in such sessions and we relax, it's not only about dancing, it's also about networking and finding out how other people are managing, how other people are making it, and how they are making strides towards perhaps the similar challenges that we experience. And that's what all this is about. When I go to a conference or to any meeting, and my sister here, Nicole, would know, because most of the time with the AU, we do have a lot of this. Number one, I will not accept to go to a conference when I don't think there is value outside the content of the conference. Number two, I set myself a target of a minimum of 3 partners that I must create for the region. I just came back from Italy. I was at the Vatican last week because the Pope is introducing sport in the Roman Catholic Church. And I had the privilege and honor of being one of the very few leaders of sport in the world to go and advise or to contribute towards how sport and sport for all can change lives and livelihoods to the Vatican. And as I was there, one thing that I said to myself was, I am not just going there to contribute to the conference and sit in a panel and speak. And I looked at the list of the people that were part of this conference. And I said, yes, I will confirm I'm going to attend. And as I speak to you now, I had a very successful meeting with the IPC president, and he's actually coming to Malawi for the Region 5 Games as one of the partnerships we have had. I had a meeting with the chairperson, they call them chairman of the Special Olympics, because that's one other area where we've got women, where we've got also mental challenges and so on that we need to address. And we had a very successful meeting, and he will be in Malawi for our Region 5 Games this season. I had a meeting with the wife of the National Football League, one of the the national football team. NFL in the US is big, and she's driving a program for wives, girlfriends, and spouses of of coaches and administrators. Trust me, I found that very, very interesting, because she said to me, one of the things we forget to realize that when a national team coach is doing that job, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of challenges that even threaten their mental well-being. And they need somebody who can support them. And if the spouses do not support them, then there's a challenge. And she's driving this project. And I found that very, very important. And trust me, watch this space. We will be dealing also with spouses of national team coaches, athletes, and so on, and create a program for that, because that's what makes our sport run. And that was an amazing engagement that we did have, and a number of them. And in the couple of weeks coming up, we'll be signing agreements and so on and so on. And for me, I did not leave the Vatican just having enjoyed the Basilica, because I had to go in the Basilica. I didn't think that I was going to be in the Basilica at some point. But that was not the whole thing. That sometimes when you go to conferences, you come back and say, oh, it was well organized, oh, the food was nice, oh, the presenters were exciting. And I'm challenging you today, don't leave this place tomorrow before you have made 2-3 engagements. It doesn't have to be 5. 1 or 2 engagements that you take out of this conference, and you create your own bilateral engagements and improve. Number 2, ladies, when we travel, and sometimes there is long layovers, long hauls of flights, and I was sharing with the DG and Professor Kora outside, and I said, when I studied my first master's degree, I was studying 2 degrees at the same time. And what did I say to myself? I spend most of the time traveling, and I'm on the airport, I'm on the flight, and I see people watching movies on TV, on the plane. The whole night, you're flying 8 hours, 12 hours. Someone is watching a movie for 12 hours. And I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying it's bad. I mean, we also need to support the arts. But this is where I derived degrees from, in the airport lounges and on the plane. And I realized how much time I had to myself to advance myself. Ladies, I'm saying to you today, make every effort to use every minute you have to make it productive. What you need to relax, yes, but try and find out that you have what I call productive relaxation, and try and ensure that you utilize that. So as I leave this podium this morning, we are going to be looking into what action, and the minister yesterday said, let's not remain in the theoretical barricades and talk theory. Let's live here, even if it means it's one thing that we are going to commit ourselves to change lives and livelihoods of our women and the girls out there that we left out. If it means it's one, let's settle for that and see it through. The challenge that we have as Africans, we have no one to blame, is that we like to take things out of context, and we want to do like everyone else is doing, and we end up doing nothing. And I'm daring all of us as we sit here that let's look at what we can do and do it well and move it on to the next stage. I really felt ashamed yesterday when the minister was bringing it to our attention to say it has taken us a decade to come back here. Professor Kora, we spoke about it even before we did the research, to say perhaps it came quite late, but it's never too late. Let's make use of the time now and ensure that we do something that will change the lives and the livelihoods of our women. And I will be very keen to have us, all of us, belonging to a region that has got women who are in entrepreneurship, not only in sport, because sport is a service, remember. Sport is a service that provides across the boundaries. So let's see women in Angola that are empowered to run businesses, and they use sport as that tool that conveys their products out there to the world. Let's see the women in Lesotho running businesses in the textile industries and creating factories, because there is that strength in Lesotho in the textile industries. Let's see the women in Zimbabwe in agriculture, because we know that the agro-based economy is strong, and we need to ensure that through the power of sport, we create a healthy women citizenry that can be productive in our various sectors. And that way, colleagues, we make a difference and we make a statement to our society. So a man spoke for 2 hours, and everybody was looking very bored. Some were dozing. And so he said, finally, and everyone was up and about. And he spoke for another 2 hours. Again, he realized people were getting a little bit bored with him. And he said, finally, and they were all up and about. Then he said, in those few words, I thank you.
Wow. Let's give a hand of applause to him again as he takes this. I know he's full of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have to show life as we think of something that will change the livelihoods of our fellow women and girls in the region. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for taking this time to listen to Mr. Mtoya. At this moment, allow me to call upon Dr. Piyoshni Mitra, who will be presenting online on global perspectives and developments on gender. Over to you. Okay.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank
Piyoshni?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
I think there is an echo.
I think there is an echo.
So when I speak, I hear myself. Is there a way to sort of not have that? Hello? Am I still audible? I don't hear the echo anymore, but I just wanted to confirm if you can hear me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. I understand when it's when I hear you, I also hear my echo. So thank you for switching that off. I'll move on to my sharing my presentation. Yeah, a moment. So, not able to yet share it. I'm trying. I hope that works. If you don't want to switch on your audio, you can just chat, send me a text on chat if you can't see my presentation.
Mitra, while you are getting your presentation ready, Can I try and advise the people who really you are?
Sure, please go ahead.
Dr. Mitra is a former badminton player, a prominent athletes' rights activist, and leading campaigner in the abolition of sex testing policies in women's sport. Working closely with affected athletes across Asia and Africa to enable them to address human rights violations in sports. Her work includes helping athletes communicate with local or national sport governing bodies, sport ministries, and other stakeholders, as well as actively resisting unnecessary and unsolicited physical examination and scrutiny through direct intervention. Dr. Mitra has also been instrumental in assisting Indian athletes to teach and to regain her rights to compete in athletics, and was one of the 10-member team who testified for South African Olympian Caster Semenya at the Court of Arbitration for Sport. She has been involved with international human rights agencies in preparing reports on discrimination in sports on the basis of gender and race, most notably as a co-author of a Human Rights Watch report on lived experiences of athletes facing abusive sex testing in athletics, published in December. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the speaker we are going to be interacting with. May you go ahead, Dr. Mitra?
Thank you so much. I hope you can still hear me. And thank you so much for the introduction and for inviting me, first of all, to the entire AUSC Region 5 team. Thank you for the invitation. And I feel terrible for not being able to come in person, but maybe next time. I'm aware that, we need to move on because I'd really love to have some interaction, hear your questions or comments at the end. So I will start with what I have to present. I was also asked, along with the sort of talking about global perspectives, to sort of make a presentation on the Global Observatory for Gender Equality in Sport. And so I have a few slides in the very beginning that talks about the Global Observatory. Before I move on, actually, I would want to say a couple of things. One is the Global Observatory is a new organization. We are just building our team, and you will learn about it in the next few slides. But we have a team member in the audience, and I am really grateful to Dr. Lambe Mwamba for agreeing and for agreeing to join the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sport as its first ever research director. So there's somebody from the southern region of Africa joining us in Lausanne soon, and I'm really looking forward to that. So this has been the timeline of the Global Observatory, but in short. So there has been talks about the Global Observatory from early 2000. Some people tell me even in 1995, people were talking about a Global Observatory for women's sport, physical education, and physical activity. It took a long time due to several reasons. Initially, it was the Greek government taking initiative before the Athens Olympics in 2003, but then finally in 2017, as part of the Kazan Action Plan, the necessity to build a global observatory for women's sport, physical education, and physical activity was adopted by 195 nations in Kazan as part of MINEPS, which is organized by UNESCO. So we are basically a brainchild of the UNESCO, and I'm aware that there is a presentation from UNESCO Africa, I think right after mine. In 2019 and 2020, there was a feasibility study coordinated by UNESCO, which the Swiss government funded. And then eventually the Swiss government came forward to incubate this association, this sort of global observatory in Lausanne. Now, why Lausanne? probably because Lausanne is the Olympic capital. It's kind of, it sort of hosts and houses several international federations, and it's also close to Geneva, where several of these international organizations, even bodies, exist. So in 2022, I was recruited as the CEO of this organization, and since then I'm trying to build a team, trying my best to make sure that the team is not Eurocentric, but a bit more global, with global perspectives, and we'll get there soon. We are working on our strategy, and we are also working on building a network and relationships with the Sport Plus ecosystem. Now, when I say Sport Plus, I mean sport, physical education, and physical activity. Am I able to change the slide? So from the Kazan Action Plan, there was these 195 member states of UNESCO which adopted this idea. It was Action 4, so CAP, the Kazan Action Plan, marks a shift away from declaration of policy intent towards implementation. I'm going to go very quickly these slides because of time. And then Kazan Action Plan recognizes gender equality warrants endorsement by a mechanism that enforces certain outcomes, lobbies, and assertively pushes on agreed agenda for change in and through sport. So these were the objectives that were set for the Go by Kazan Action Plan, and they are various. But interestingly, I know that Professor Cora Burnett has a presentation later on, but she and the AUSC office very kindly shared with me the research that she has conducted, and the emphasis on policy research and policy development, research development, and capacity building that comes from the Gender Action Plan. She's in the AUSC Region 5 shared with me. I'm sure they shared with you as well. Kind of very well sort of fits in with the Kazan Action Plan objectives as well. And it also very well sort of fits in with our objectives, and I'll come to that later. Setting a direction. So one of the first things we did was we were asked by the Swiss Confederation to work on a name. A lot of people said, you should have found a really short, really sort of catchy name. And we didn't manage to do that. But we thought of this name, which was kind of a call to action. So go for gender equality and sport. So Global Observatory, which we wanted to hold on to the idea of the observatory and Global Observatory because it was a name which already had a history of 20 years, even though it was not really set up. But there were discussions, among women's sports activists, many of whom are present in the audience, I'm sure. The discussion about setting up a Global Observatory was already there. So we wanted to hold on to that history. But also we wanted to add some dynamism to the idea of an observatory, and therefore the name Go for Gender Equality and Sport. Now, global takes into consideration different environments, realities, and needs. Gender equality, if emphasis on intersectional approach and align with UN, IOC, and academia language. If you see, there was a time when we used to talk about Women's Commission. Now the IOC, for example, from Women's Commission has moved on to calling it Women's Commission, Gender Equality and Inclusion Commission. So there is that move, and we thought it's interesting for us to also setting up an organization in 2022. Rather than just talking about women, we talk about gender equality, because it's so important that we have our, everyone, including the men, be part of this whole movement. You can't just empower your girls and not think about the boys. So that was crucial to sort of, that the reasoning behind why we changed our name. Sport Plus, as I already said, that it was also important for us that we talk about PE and PA, because in many parts of the world, we recognize that physical education and physical activity in school, for example, is the way girls are sort of being introduced to sport. So we can't really, not have PE and PA, even though we were based in Lausanne. We are based in Lausanne, where sport is quite, something which, because of all the international federations and the IOC, but we needed to hold on to the idea of PNP, and therefore we called it Sport Plus. Sport Plus also, in a way, talks about impact beyond sport. And you will see in our mission why we are doing that. A gender equal, just, and inclusive future for all in sport and through sport, physical education, and physical activity is what the Global Observatory's vision is about. A very large ambition. Mission to promote gender equality for all girls and women and prevent gender discrimination in sport and through Sport Plus by undertaking research, engagement, and capacity building. So we are working on one hand in the sports sector, which is our immediate neighborhood in Lausanne, where a lot of international sport governing bodies are present, including the IOC. But on the other hand, we are also dedicated to SDG 5, and therefore, which is key to the creation of the Global Observatory. So we are also trying to promote sport as a tool to promote gender equality. So I'll quickly have some images here. So if you look at the Global Observatory for Gender Equality and Sport, and if you look at the Kazan Action Plan, which I didn't really sort of read out all the objectives, it's in the, one of the first reason why the Global Observatory has been created is it's a clearinghouse. It has to have the research. It has to collate research and data. It has to have fact-finding work. So the clearinghouse is one of the key reasons why we are here. We are going to monitor, we are going to identify knowledge gaps, and then see how we can sort of encourage our partners in academia, for example, to take initiatives to do such work. The other obviously part is policy advisory role, which is policy development. And then you have this connector role, so bringing together people and being a catalyst for collective action, which has been crucial in our work on women's empowerment across the world. Collective action has been crucial. And then you have, basically trying to be a catalyst for systemic change, and then be trying to be a catalyst for mindset change. So it's a huge ambition. And this is our theory of change. If you see from clearinghouse, so inquiry, research, and to policy advisory role and collective action, which is engagement, and to enabling, so being a catalyst for systemic and social change. So these are the key objectives, which you already saw in the image, but I'll read out just in case it's better that way. Create and collate a knowledge pool on gender equality in and through sport, physical education, and physical activity, hereafter Sport Plus for short, that is accessible to all. And this is the area of work which is actually going to be spearheaded by Dr. Mwamba, who's coming to Lausanne very soon. And I just mentioned already to you. Foster a culture of inclusive and gender-sensitive policymaking in sport and through sport, PE and PA. So on one hand, we are going to work with the international federations around us and the IOC. And on the other hand, we're going to work with national governments and continental bodies and, the regional bodies like the USC. Create meaningful alliances and dialogue spaces, uniting diverse voices to drive progressive changes through collective action. And the emphasis also is in collective action. and creating those dialogue spaces, the engagement part, create supportive mechanisms that eliminate harmful practices against girls and women in sport, enabling them to overcome challenges and transform their realities in sport and in society. I think this is very crucial, and I'll come to that soon. Create awareness and encourage critical and constructive thinking on relevant issues concerning youth and women in all their diversity in sport and through sport. And probably one of the things that we can take help from is the media to sort of create this awareness and constructive thinking. One of the kind of thing is, making such presentations like these interactions, but also sort of through the publications that we will be making. This could be an interesting sort of way to reach these goals. So the key focus areas, if you look at the IOC Gender Equality Strategy, for example, or the UN Women's Sport for Generation Equality Framework, the key focus areas today in women in sport is equal participation, equal representation, so leadership, the IOC calls leadership, and equal portrayal, equal resources, so resources allocation, and safe space. So discrimination, sort of making the sporting field safer. So these are the key focus areas, which is well acknowledged across the board. The IOC acknowledges it, UN Women acknowledges it, Council of Europe acknowledges them. So we are also trying to follow the same, but as you can see, we have highlighted equal participation and safe space, which is going to be our key areas in the next few years. Being a very small organization, we need to be able to focus on certain sub-themes. So what we have done is under equal, sort of bringing together the notion of how we can make participation of girls and women, in fact, youth and women in all their diversity, how can we make that possible at all levels of sport? So whether you're an athlete, coach, or a leader, an administrator, or someone else, how can we make your participation equal? And on the other hand, how can we create that space in sport and around sport safer? So Global Observatory's initial thematic focus areas with emphasis on participation at all levels and safety, as I just explained, would be inclusive gender, this whole idea of inclusive gender equality, role of family in girls and women's participation in sport, and gender-based abuses, discrimination, and mistreatment. There are some research and action think tanks that we are creating on these three issues, and we're starting off with inclusive gender equality. Now, what is inclusive gender equality? I would like to sort of have some interaction because I feel terrible talking and not being able to see your faces. So could you see two athletes' faces, profile pictures on the on the slides? Could you recognize the women? I'm happy for you to switch on your microphone so that I can hear, and or if the moderator can let me know. Can anyone? So could you recognize the two athletes?
Is it the one in the middle or the other side? Because they look
Sorry.
alike. Sorry.
So do you recognize the one on the left?
Yes. Eric, yeah, the one on the left and the one standing nearby you. Is it you in the middle there?
That's the middle picture. Do you see the two profile photos on the two sides?
Yes, I see both. Where she's standing with you, or as a white woman, and the one on the left.
So do you know the name of any of these women you see on the screen?
Yes. Yes. Who's the other woman? Simone Biles.
Okay, can we have
Simone
the lady in the
Biles,
back
yes.
to
Simone
respond?
Biles, yes.
The one on the right is Simone Biles, but I'm not sure about the other one on the left.
So Simone Biles, let's talk about
Simone
Simone
Biles.
Biles first. Um,
Um,
I can again hear the echo, I understand, because you've switched on your microphone. So yes, let's talk about Simone Biles. Apart from being one of the greatest champions in sport, Simone Biles is also somebody who has been part of a group of athletes who came out talking about sexual abuse in gymnastics, in US gymnastics. How many of you are aware of it? Can you raise your hands? I can see from here. And you must have heard of the incidents and how they have come out together fighting that case. And it's been one of the biggest cases of sexual abuse that has been sort of now in the public domain being discussed. And the athletes have done a courageous job of coming out and talking about it, but it took many years for them. If you think about it, some of them really took years before they could first talk about it. One of them talking about it made a couple of others come forward. Now, one of the questions that we need to ask ourselves are, do we wait for our athletes to come forward? Or do we create that kind of a structure, a system which is supportive of these athletes, where they can either talk about it, report it sooner, or we have people within the system who are not bystanding, because we see a lot of bystanding in sport. We are aware of harmful practices, but we don't report it. We don't react to it. So if we can create that kind of a system where these things can be reported early or can be prevented. So that is one of the things that I think isn't happening at this point. And and I feel like it's important, and the Global Observatory also, sort of feels it's important that we have that kind of research and policies in place, which leads to prevention rather than acting after something has already happened. Now, on the left, the athlete you see, I didn't hear anyone recognizing her. Did anybody recognize her? It's okay if you didn't,
it's okay
and I
if you didn't, and I
can talk about her.
about her.
Anyone to respond to the question, ladies?
Just guessing, not sure. Could it be Custer when she was younger? I don't know.
No, is
No,
that
is
I don't
that
see I don't see your face, but is that Ntambi?
Oh, she wants to see my face. How's she going to do that?
No. Okay, so this is not
okay? So
Casta.
this is not.
This is Annette Negessa from Uganda. And Annette Negessa had a similar journey to Casta, but very different in many ways as well. Annette Negessa was one of the most upcoming young athletes in Uganda in 2011. She went to World Championships, didn't come to the finals, but to the semifinals. And then she was about 19, and then she was about to compete at the London Olympic Games in 2012. And before that, she ran really well in Netherlands in an European meet, got a personal best, came third, but that triggered some investigation, and it came up that she had high level of testosterone. And she was actually brought to Europe all alone, investigated and sent back. And then the international governing body, and they connected with the local national federation, and surgery was done soon in November 2012. After which, Annette Negessa gradually disappears from the circuit and becomes one of the disappeared athletes. And we don't get to know about her. Maybe in her immediate circle in Uganda, some people knew about her, but most of us didn't. For years, until in 2000, this is 2012, this happens, she disappears. And in 2019, as part of Castor's case, I was very involved. And when the case, at Court of Arbitration for Sport, we heard that Castor didn't win the case. Then I tried to sort of get in touch with some of the athletes. I was very disparate at that time. I felt like we didn't do enough research. We couldn't show them enough examples of how incredibly wrong these regulations were. And that is when and another athlete put me in touch with Annette Negessa. And then she eventually talks about it, comes out, talks about it to the media, to a documentary in Germany, then moves to Berlin. And she lives in Berlin right now. But the fact that this happened, some people definitely knew around her, but no one really spoke about it. So for 7 years, Annette Negessa suffered, thought that this was something that she needs to hide, something that she should be embarrassed about. And she couldn't perform at the same level, and therefore was pushed out of the circuit, which wasn't the case with Castor. Castor was so well supported in South Africa, and certain people in South Africa especially, that she could at least negotiate a few things. And I'm aware that Dr. Greta Dreyer spoke about how much pressure was there for a surgery on Castor as well in an interview to the Times UK many years later. So what we did then, during Annette Negessa's cases, we didn't react at that time. Some of us, I'm saying us, but I didn't know about it, but some of the practitioners in sport were aware of what was going on, but we were bystanders. We didn't question the regulations. We didn't do anything. 7 years later, you find this international athlete, hardly with anything in life, hardly with any money, any income, not able to compete, have a body which is very different from what she was born with, and have not been given the hormone therapy that she needed. So she suffered a lot after the surgery. Her bones were weak. So this is one of the examples of harmful practices in sport. And it happened because we didn't react in time, as compared to Dutee Chand's case, which the moderator just mentioned, where we could provide a lot of support to her. Therefore, things turned out to be very different for her. She didn't undergo any medical steps, and she is now freely competing. So I wanted to give these examples to you, also because all these two examples sort of fits in with my previous slide, the idea of an inclusive gender equality, where the idea of women with high level of testosterone, many of whom you would be aware are from Global South countries, including African countries. And on the other hand, this idea, this gender abuse, gender-based abuse, discrimination, and mistreatment in sport being two of our thematic focus areas. Also, you will see role of family in girls and women's sport in, role of family in girls and women's participation in sport is another one. Now that is also, something that I don't know what happened, why there is a blue mark on my screen, but here you see an image where I'm speaking to young athletes from India, but I was recently in Southern Africa, and I was actually, in Zambia, where Dr. Lombe helped me speak to some young footballers. And I remember one of them said how difficult it is to convince their families to sort of, sort of convince them that playing football helps a girl. And one of the girls got up and said, even if, when we played sport, if we got a loaf of bread to bring back, it would help us convince our families that we needed to play sport. And how differently that young girl was looking at this, this issue of how to sort of help more girls compete in sports than how the administrators sitting in places like Lausanne would think of. One of the key, and I wanted to talk about this idea of, the knowledge gaps. Where are one of the key work that the Global Observatory needs to do is identify the knowledge gaps. And if you see how how the sport world works, and if you look at international sport governance, you will see how Eurocentric it has been. And therefore, also the perspective that you see there is often very Eurocentric. So that takes me to this slide. So what is understood in sport as global perspectives, something that I was asked to talk about? Is it, something, is the Global Observatory or global perspective that we, tend to understand is truly global in sport? If you look at sport governance, the international federations, the IOC, the IOC is still better than international federations, but most of, if you look at how they are structured, they're often very, most of the people working there, part of their commissions are often very much, located in Europe. The other thing that, I would refer to this particular article written by Dr. Nonhandla Gumzi, who is Mkumbuzi. I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly. And there were two others, including Patu Zondai and Fidelis Chibaba, who have written this article called Out of Sight, Out of Mind, the invisibility of female African athletes in sports and exercise medicine research. This is just one article that I am mentioning in here, which talks about how all of exercise, sport and exercise sciences research is based on women in global north countries and often in Scandinavia. Now, can you use the same information for everywhere else? And these scientists have an interesting point. They talk about how important it is to have an intersectional approach to even biology, to consider what kind of social dynamics, social and economic background each of these women are coming from. And therefore, basing, having policies, for example, on the basis of research done on women in the global north may not be right for everyone. So this is just one example in the context of sport and exercise medicine, but this is true in every other field. For example, I noticed Professor Burnett's presentation, research report talks about COVID-19. Now, what happened during COVID-19 in the European countries? Children were still going to school. And, and they started going to school pretty quickly. Whereas I know from India, for example, I am from India, that children did not go to school for 2 years. And I'm quite certain in many parts of the world, this was the case. Now, if children were not even going to school, how would they access PE or PA? So only talking about structure, which is very important, might not be enough in certain circumstances. And we need to talk about the very first sort of structure that a child is part of, and that is the family and the role of the family. So one of the reasons why we want to also focus on the role of the family is to make sure we are able to understand the dynamics in certain parts of the world where family still plays an extremely important role, could be an enabler or a barrier to a girl's participation to sport. And that is how I would like to probably end and take your questions, that what we see as global global perspectives, for example, in sport, is often organizations imposing their perspective, which is often based on research on global, not population, as the global perspective. So do we understand global perspective as something that has more influence? So an organization with influence saying, this is the global perspective, and therefore that's global perspective. Or are we really going to reach out and ensure that those gaps in research, those gaps in policies, which do not include women and girls from the global south countries, are also included? That will be the intent and the ambition and part of the work of the Global Observatory, which will hopefully promote an inclusive idea of gender equality, and inclusive not in the context of only women with high testosterone, but also, women with disability, women of color, women from different geographical locations who have often been ignored by the powers to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mitra, for that presentation on global perspectives and developments on gender. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mitra is ready to take your questions. If you have any questions, can we show by raising our hands? We pose a question, then she responds. Over to you, ma'am. You say your name and where you come from.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mitra. Very insightful presentation. I'm from Zambia. I'm under the Gender Equity Commission under the NOCZ. What do you see as the priority issue in women in sports at a global level?
Did you get that, Doctor?
Yes. Thank you for the question. It's a very difficult question to answer. I don't think there is one answer to your question. There are a couple of priority issues, and there are quite a few of them as identified by the IOC or the UN Women's Sport for Generation Equality framework. But if you would ask me, having worked having worked in the global south, in a country like India, and then with athletes across the world, and in different parts of the global south, for me, I think it's so important that we include the voice of the women of the global south in our decision making, in research, and in policy making, as well as in every sphere of sport. I think it's most important that we hear and include voices of women from the global south countries, which hasn't been the case if you look at how women in sport movement, how international sport governance, or even international sport research have taken place.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that response. Can we have another question? Yes, ma'am, in the middle.
My name is Enid Maulukas from Special Olympics Malawi. I actually heard the word that I'd been waiting for in the whole presentation right at the end, and the word is disability. I can't think of inclusion, equal representation without also mentioning disability. What I realize in sport is that equal representation is about the participation of women in sport. But what happens to the women with disabilities, intellectual disability, physical disability, when you talk about equal resources, what is being done about the facilities for the people with disabilities? In your example, when you were talking about inclusive gender equality, even on those pictures, as a woman who's also in sport for people with intellectual disabilities, it would not hurt to have an example of a person with intellectual disability or another form of disability being part of the inclusive gender equality. So for this action plan, I don't know, I would, expect things like how do you define a woman, or rather maybe categorize them, because this is where you'd also see a person with a disability, be it intellectual disability, be it physical disability. And when you talk about abuse, discrimination, the women with a disability in sport are the ones that are much more vulnerable than any other woman in sport. So I don't know how this can be incorporated in the action plan so that this inclusiveness we're talking about, equal opportunities that we're talking about, can be incorporated. Thank you very much.
I would take that as
I
a
would take
comment
that as a comment.
rather than a question, and a very valuable comment and valuable addition that you make. When I talk about inclusive gender equality, I want to include women with disability, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that being somebody who is who's a woman of color in Lausanne, I don't see too many of them. I don't see any of them in the 4 buildings in the Maison du Sport International, which houses most of the international sport organizations in Lausanne. Many of them. I don't see another woman of color in those buildings, So one of the things that I see international sport governance now is trying to do is 50% of women should be in board. But then often we are not having an intersectional approach. So we are not talking about women of color. We are not talking about, when we are talking about women of color, we are just talking about women of color from Europe. So we are not being, paying attention to women from other parts of the world. We are not talking about women with, with disability. We are not saying that, okay, among those 50%, this percentage should be women, should be there should be this percentage of women with certain kind of disability, or we should have certain percentage of women with, different, maybe, difference in sex development, or in more better, more politically correct term, we say with any innate variations of sex characteristics, or women with different sexual orientation. So we need to be aware of the fact that having equality, talking about equal participation or equal leadership especially, is not only about having a huge number of white women from Europe and America in leadership position. It has to involve all these women who have been marginalized, even in this discourse for women's empowerment. And I completely agree with your point, and I take it as a valuable comment and rather than a question. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Mitra, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Due to our time, I will not take more of your questions. I know we would have loved to go on and on, but as you can see, our program is a bit compressed. Allow me to put our hands together in appreciation of Dr. Mitra. Thank you once again, Doctor. Have a pleasant day. Ladies and gentlemen, when I look at you, when I look at myself, we are all sports persons today, even fitter to get onto the field of sport and do some sort of activity. But because of these papers here, we can't do that. But I hope Dr. Luambe and her colleagues, they will try to work out something that we may perform those moves once again later in the afternoon. Allow me, this time of the moment, to introduce to you a person who is currently the Communications Associate with the African Union Sport Council, and her career journey is one that will inspire you. This person shares many nuggets of wisdom as she takes us through her professional journey so far in our interview with her. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is none other than Ms. Nicole Isimby, who is going to take us through priorities on women in sport, a continental perspective. Madam, take the stage.
Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, everyone. I did not hear that. And if I don't hear that, I will teach you a greeting in Kinyarwanda, and you'll have to answer, you'll have to reply in an energetic way. Should I do that?
Yes.
Okay. So in Kinyarwanda, the greeting is Muraho.
Muraho.
Wow, I've heard someone say Amakuru. Do you know the reply for Amakuru? Nimeza. Yeah, so Amakuru is like, how are you? And then Nimeza is like, I'm well, or I'm good. Thank you so much again for having me. And let me first start by thanking the leadership, the great leadership of Region 5 for organizing this conference, and also thank the host for having us here. It's my first time personally in South Africa, and every time I heard anyone talk about South Africa, I always think of Trevor. I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of Trevor Noah fans here, and probably because we are in Region 5 and South Africa is here, probably we have cousins or even friends of Trevor. So whenever I'm having a bad day or whenever I feel angry or sad about something, Trevor is my go-to remedy and medicine. Thank you so much. And so today I'm here to present about, like the facilitator said, I do communications at the African Union Sport Council. And I'm here today to present about priorities on women in sport and give a continental perspective. I will quickly start with a bit of introduction on the African Union Sport Council and what we do. Wow, okay. It's my turn to struggle with the remote and the screen. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, so the African Union Sport Council is a specialized technical office of the African Union responsible for sports, meaning the mandate of the AUSC is to direct, coordinate, and superintend over activities of the African sports movement. It also serves as a forum for concerted action for member states in the promotion and development of sport and development through sport. And the headquarters are in Yaoundé, Cameroon. That's where I came from when I was coming here. And next, Agenda 2063 of the African Union, Aspiration 6. I think this aspiration was also mentioned by Dr. Chipande when he was giving us his solidarity message yesterday evening. So Aspiration 6 talks about, of the African Union, talks about an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of its people, especially women and youth, and caring for children. The African Union goal for this aspiration is full gender equality in all spheres of life, including sports. And the main priorities for this aspiration are two. The first one being women and girls empowerment, and the second one being prevention of any form of violence and discrimination against women and girls. The AU has developed a policy for sustainable development of sports in Africa that will be endorsed by the AU Specialized Technical Committee for Youth, Culture and Sports. And this committee is actually made up of our ministers of youth, culture and sports of all the 55 member states that make up the African Union. And the draft policy states that, and you will this will sound familiar because Dr. Chipande also kind of mentioned a bit about it in his message last night. So it states that AU member states shall develop and strengthen gender equity and disability rights mainstreamed through rights-based legislative, regulatory, and strategic frameworks. And therefore, as you can understand it, our continental priority should be mainstreaming rights-based policies that promote gender equality in sport. And getting back to the statute of the African Union Sport Council that was adopted by AU heads of states and governments in 2016, it encourages the statute encourages all member states to promote and defend a culture of gender equality in sports, and also to use sport to achieve some of the AU Agenda 2063 aspirations, such as gender equality and women and girls' participation and empowerment through sports. As you can understand, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very huge mandate, and it cannot be achieved by just one institution. This requires all our efforts and collaboration between stakeholders, partners, AUSC regions, and talking about AUSC regions, this is Region 5, and I cannot leave without mentioning that Region 5 is the most vibrant and active region that we actually have. Yeah. The CEO knows it. Every time we have these meetings, we are asking all these other regions to take Region 5 as a model. And it is really a model because it's a hub. It's like if you would design a picture or take a picture of how regions should look and should operate, then Region 5 would be the perfect picture to put out there. Yeah, so this is a huge mandate, and it can only be achieved through collaboration between regions, stakeholders, civil society organizations, and cooperating partners. And allow me to quickly talk about a joint African Union Sport Council and GIZ project on sport for development in Africa that we have. And it will run for 3 years. And the main objective of this partnership will be to use sport to promote gender equality, transform gender norms, and promote social competences. The other objective will be develop guidelines and products, meaning manuals, guides, toolkits, together with regions and partner organizations and other stakeholders for use in sport for development to promote gender equality. And last but not least, the other objective will be to support regional initiatives, networks, and platforms that use sport to promote gender equality. And just like I was saying, we want to get these other regions really working, and we are modeling Region 5 to these other regions. And this partnership will be one of those partnerships that will allow us and help us kind of also strengthen those other regions. Because if Region 5 is having this conference and it ends up, you know, like going far ahead in gender equality, and probably ends up being just the only region that's doing this, then if anyone is looking at how far Africa has gone, the other numbers will take Region 5 down as well. So yeah, we need to, this region is a model, and all other regions are looking up at it to achieve the works that Region 5 has already achieved, and this partnership will support in that. Okay, here. We have also recently conducted a survey on women and girls' participation and empowerment in sports. And I want to say that Dr. Lombe has been like a star today. She's been mentioned before. And right now, I just want to let you know that she was spearheading this survey that we did. And I think that needed a round of applause for her. She's really been helpful with this survey. So we conducted this survey, and we launched it in August, and it ran for some like half of August, and it was extended to also cover September. It actually ended last week on 30th, and I'm sure probably some people here have filled the survey because we shared it in the usual channels. And yeah, I can see some people nodding, which means people already know about this. So the survey has finished, and we are yet to analyze the findings. And this will hold a big share out through a webinar to communicate the findings of this survey. And also we will share a summary of the findings of this survey after, when it will be ready, and whoever will feel interested to read the findings will either come to the webinar, or also we can share that an electronic copy of that to any stakeholders that would be interested. Not only surveys, we have also been having webinars on women and girls in sport to create awareness and start conversations on gender equality in sport. The previous one that we've recently had was, the theme was sports that African women want. This webinar helped us gather, all the panelists were women, and it was amazing. It helped us gather people who had different backgrounds, women who had different backgrounds in sports, the panelists. Some were doing sports leadership, others previous athletes who are really famous. For example, we on the panel we had Ambassador Dr. Tegla Lorupe, who is a Kenyan long-distance track and road runner, and global spokesperson for peace, women's rights, and education. We also had Ms. Rosa Rakotozafi from Madagascar, who is the Director General of Sports and the chairperson of the Intergovernmental Committee for Physical Education and Sports, CGEPS. I'm sure probably that organization sounds familiar. Yeah, so, and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning because we are at the very beginning of the mentioned partnership with GIZ, and the focus will be on sports for development, promoting gender equality in sports. So this is just the beginning of a long journey ahead that we have. The partnership will be 3 years, but I'm sure the journey continues even further than after the 3 years. Yeah. Now, safeguarding. If you talk about gender equality in sports and you don't talk about safeguarding, you will not get it right. Safeguarding women, girls, children, and vulnerable adults in sports is a continental priority. And throughout this partnership that I was talking about with GIZ, we have published a safeguarding in sport and sport for development, which is a practitioner's guide from policy to action. And it actually guides how sports organizations can implement policies and procedures to protect children and vulnerable adults from non-accidental harm. So this guide is available. Whoever is interested to read through this guide, I can share it after my presentation. And good enough, it's in all AU official languages, meaning English, French, Kiswahili, Portuguese, Spanish, and Arabic. So anyone who is interested, I can share that right after this presentation. And this was developed, of course, with the support from GIZ as part of the regional project Support for Development in Africa, commissioned by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Using sport to promote gender equality and safeguarding our continental priorities as well. We might sit here in this big room and discuss policies and strategies, but if the people we are setting these policies for do not understand why these policies are important and why they have to give a hand in implementing them, then we will not win the game. We will not win at all. Which is why we have launched, the AUSC has launched 2 introductory self-paced web-based trainings. The first one is the Sport for Development Basics, and the second one is about safeguarding in sport and sport for development. And these courses are free of charge. You can find them on a platform called Atingi, and these courses are literally for anyone who is interested in sport, meaning teachers, social workers, coaches, anyone who is involved in sports and would like to understand better sports for development and safeguarding in sport and sport for development. The courses are available in English and French, and unfortunately we have not yet had other versions like Portuguese and the like, or the AU languages, but for now, they are available in English and French and are free of charge on Atingi. I can also provide the link after this presentation if anyone is interested. And actually, I encourage everyone in the room to, if you feel interested, to learn more about sport for development and safeguarding, then this, I think, is the right course for you. There's also actually a certificate when you finish taking this course, and it's signed by the African Union Sport Council. This was also again developed with the support from GIZ as part of the regional project Sport for Development in Africa, commissioned by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Operations and Development. And concluding, the African Union Sport Council remains very committed to promoting the women in sport agenda in Africa to higher heights, working with regions and other stakeholders to create effective continental networks and platforms for exchanging knowledge, ideas and toolkits, promoting transformational change of norms and roles, and clear national targets for our action. I cannot end this presentation without thanking again Region 5 leadership for inviting us here, and then just asking people in the room, you can follow us on all our social media platforms to get updated on all these courses coming out and the safeguarding toolkit and all these that you think may be beneficial for you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for such a fabulous presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have online participants, do we have any questions for Nicole before we proceed? Anyone online? Okay, Nicole touched on the issue of women and girls empowerment is one of the objectives for the African Union Sport Council. She also touched on development and strengthening gender equality in all the regions. She also mentioned something about achieving with full collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are not collaborated, if we are not united, we won't achieve our goals. So the secret here is for us to be united, to stand tall, and at least do something in unison. She also mentioned something about safeguarding in sport and sport for development, which is something that is not new. We all know about this, but the issue now is for us to call to action, because even if we know, without taking action on those things that we know, we won't proceed, we won't progress. Anyone online? Yes, Ms. Lombe? Oh, Dr. Lombe, not Miss. My apologies.
Thank you. We have a question online asking about the certification after the training. I think you mentioned it, so perhaps you could just clarify that.
Yeah, the certificate is awarded right after after taking the course, and it's signed by the African Union Sport Council coordinator, Dr. Hikabwa Chipande. Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question as well. Nico, could you please comment on the coordination efforts working in multiple jurisdictions? Several of the interventions you've discussed include working in multiple languages, as well as obviously different types of issues faced. So what would be something to consider? Because even as we plan in our action plans, we are also going to work in multiple countries and with different groups. It's smaller, obviously, in Southern Africa, but your experience working at continental level might give us some insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lombe, for that very important aspect, actually, because in all the different initiatives that we have at the African Union, most of the times we find ourselves needing translation. Like we have translation here. I mean, Africa has a lot of languages. People speak a lot of different languages, and communication is something that's really, really key when you're tackling all these aspects, and when you're making advocacy, like they were teaching us yesterday, they were training us yesterday. In advocacy, communication is something really important, and if you can do your best to make sure that you're communicating in a way that all the different people in the different 55 member states can hear your message without difficulty, then I think it's something really important to consider. I also must acknowledge that we still have a long way to go with this one, because with all our initiatives, for example, with the course that I just mentioned, so far we have it in English and French, and we recognize that some people don't speak English, neither French, probably speak just Portuguese, and these people also need these skills. So we still have a long way to go to make sure that communication and advocacy can be done in a way that everyone can feel included and can understand what we are trying to communicate and advocate for. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you again. Do we still have some questions online? As we wait, we have a hand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Meu nome é Ana Cristina Jeremias, represento a Associação Angolana Mulher e Desportos. Tenho aqui duas questões que gostaria de colocar. Ouvimos na sua explanação. I'm going to talk in Portuguese because it's my official language. Sorry, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Okay. Eu gostaria que refletíssemos mais e que nos pudesse falar em relação à questão que aqui levantou, relativamente à nossa presença neste fórum, como portadoras da mensagem, das políticas que aqui são traçadas, porque se não formos nós as primeiras a fazer caminho, não valerá a pena aqui nós estarmos e não cumprirmos com aquilo que aqui é demandado. Gostaria também de apelar à União Africana que produzisse mais conteúdos também para nós lusófonos que aqui estamos incluídos na zona, como forma de maior congregação e de cumprimento também das orientações, porque a língua não deixa de ser uma barreira para a nossa comunicação. Por isso, nós lusófonos representando Angola aqui na região 5, gostaríamos muito de ver refletido também mais documentos para o nosso país, para a nossa lusofonia. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much for that comment, and I think it's very important. Like I had just said, communication is something really important, and we were talking about advocacy yesterday. We cannot work without communicating, and if we are not reaching everyone in the way they communicate, then we are partly failing because we are only able to address one part of the audience, and actually we don't want to address one part of the audience. We want to address everyone. We want to make sure that when we put out a message there, it reaches everyone. So I think that's very important. And I can actually say that, for example, for the initiatives that we are putting in place at the AUSC, we have translation, and for meetings, for online meetings that we hold, we have translations. We have a team of translators who can also offer translation in Portuguese as well. And like I shared with the safeguarding toolkit, we have been able to translate that in all the 5 AU languages. Our aim is to try and make sure every publication that we put out there is in all those 5 AU languages, so that our target audience is everyone in Africa and beyond, but mainly Africa. So we want to be able to do that, to communicate in a way that every African, whatever the language they speak, between all the AU languages, can get the message we are getting out there. I think that's very important, and I'm taking that ahead. I know we already had it. We have those translations. We still have a long way to go, but I'll still take it ahead with me. Thank you very much for the comments.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Can I give you a hand of applause? She is indeed a messenger. She is here to deliver something very special for the region, and she will take back the feedback to the African Union Sport Council again. There was a hand in the middle. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Speak Portuguese, please.
Okay.
Bom dia. Bom dia. Para nós, da língua portuguesa, queremos celebrar e agradecer o facto de termos a língua portuguesa traduzida e o grande apoio do Conselho nesse trabalho. Eu comecei a trabalhar em 2013 com a União Africana e naquele período tínhamos grandes dificuldades na UISA, na AUSC, e hoje, porque também temos que celebrar o que está feito. Então, eu não poderia deixar de cumprimentar todos aqueles que apoiaram a introdução de outras línguas, porque eu acompanhei esse processo. Então fica aqui o meu muito obrigado. Se calhar as irmãs e os irmãos devem estar com saudades do meu mãe, mas agora já estou muito melhor a falar a minha língua. Muito obrigada por tudo.
Thank you very, very much for that comment. And like I said, I cannot stress enough how important communication is. And it's French and English being spoken by probably most African countries cannot be an excuse for us for not providing communication in all the AU languages. So I have taken that. We already had that on our agenda, making sure that all these can communicate to one, regardless the language they speak. But I'm also taking that ahead. Thank you very, very much for that.
Okay, thank you, Nicole, for that assurance again. Do we still have more questions from online?
Question for Dr. Mitra, though, and I think it still connects with Nicole's conversation, and perhaps after Dr. Mitra answers it, because Nicole, you've also discussed the interventions around safeguarding and all the work you're doing. It might be valuable to also comment on the same question. Sorry, let me just find it. Yeah, so the question is from Lillian Chikara, and the question is, can there be compensation for the athlete who had to undergo surgery and now suffers ill health for it? If not, maybe that is something your office could look at, as it's gender-based violence at the highest level. There's also a comment about the importance of being able to address injustices that are happening at a regional level, and the collaboration that should happen. So perhaps Dr. Mitra could comment on that, and then also Nicole, if you would like to also say something. Thank you.
Shall I speak?
Yes, Nicole.
Okay. I thought he was starting with yeah.
Anyways, it's okay. No
Do
worries.
you mind repeating the second on regions?
Yes, so the second question was about how all this work has to be done in terms of regional collaboration. So what is it that maybe you might say about that? Because she's asking about the follow-up with athletes who faced injustices, that there has to be some regional action as well.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think probably some people know it here, that regions actually, we are not ruling regions. They are, how can I say this? So it's a structure that has its own operation, and these problems that comes in from regions are actually solved on a regional level. And if something cannot be solved at a regional level, that's when now the council can collaborate with the leadership of the region to address that that problem. Yeah, I think that's how I can answer that. Was there another question, or is?
That's all right, thank you. Perhaps
Okay.
we try and get Dr. Mitra in now, if our sound colleagues
Can you
would help.
hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. I actually tried to respond to the question on the chat, but I guess not everyone can see it. So the question, I think, is about remedy mechanism in sport, and it's a huge question. I'm also in the board of Center for Sport and Human Rights, and they are paying special attention to remedy as well in the context of human rights. You would probably know that the Center for Sport and Human Rights is based in Geneva, and it is led by Mary Harvey, who's a footballer from the US and is a great leader. But remedy mechanism is something that is missing in sport. I do agree with it. And Principle 31 of the UNGP, UNGP as in the guiding principles on human rights and business actually refer to the need for remedy in sport. So when an athlete goes through, is discriminated against, where would that athlete go? There is not the current mechanism is not so solid. We know that some of us have gone to court of arbitration for sport, often not getting right kind of results. There has been questions about the expertise of the arbitrators as far as human rights in sport is concerned in Court of Arbitration for Sport. As you would know, one of your athletes, great champion, a good friend of mine, Castor Semenya, is now at the European Court of Human Rights because the CAS wasn't able to satisfy her. She went to Swiss Federal Tribunal, and now she had to exhaust all these sort of courts to be able to land in the European Court of Human Rights. So there is not a very good remedy mechanism at this point. There are certain countries who are coming up with integrity units, which is also not present, and we don't have the infrastructure in different parts of the world to have that. Whether we can have a more centralized remedy mechanism is something that collectively we need to work towards. And I think that Principle 31 of the UN Guiding Principles on Human Rights in Business is a great sort of guideline that we can follow. But I completely admit that yes, remedy is needed in such cases, but we need to work towards it. And we need to sort of collectively work towards it. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Do you have to respond to something?
No, I'm good.
Okay, as we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, there is a hand from the far right.
My name is Dr. Malunga from Namibia. I have actually a question for both panelists. When it comes to discriminatory reporting, we see the way the media reports when it comes to the injuries and the mental health of sportswomen. They tend to focus and portray on their weaknesses, because the way they would report about a woman is very different than the way they would report to a man. So what are the policies in terms when it comes to discriminatory reporting? And I'll give you another apart from the example that Doctor gave on the other athletes, I'll give you another example. If you can remember, when Boma from Namibia was winning last year, the commentator, who was a woman, she actually said, how could she? How could she? So that already sent a negative connotation when it comes to women winning. So what are the regulations when it comes to reporting, especially discriminatory reporting on women in sports? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. And like I have explained on the mandate of the African Union Sport Council and the activities that we are doing, as I would let the other panelists probably go first, or maybe I will just mention it, that we are overseeing and supporting all these initiatives. We are not implementing policies. We are helping set policies. We are not implementing them. And that actually, probably I will share a copy of the document I mentioned before on the policy for sustainable development of sports on the continent. I am sure there is something about that, because our office sets policies and then other bodies implement. So that's why I felt like commenting about that, but also probably the best answer would come from the other panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I should give this time to Mr. Mtoya. He has got something to say.
Should I speak now? Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So the question asked about Christine and Boma. Yes, I completely agree with you that when Christine was running in Tokyo, I was in touch with her coach for some time, and her as well. There was a lot of media reaction, and that was often fueled by the president of the International Association for Athletics Federations, now called the World Athletics, who also sort of often made certain media comments which fueled these kind of these kind of discriminatory writing and reporting, as you point out. Now, obviously, there are things that a lot of different organizations I'm aware of. I'm sure I did one during a recent incident in Zambian football with now SPAR online sort of sort of discussion with media persons. I'm aware that probably some of us in South Africa do such workshops. So there are these kind of works to sort of sensitize media that goes on. But I think the responsibility at the end of the day lies with the people who are governing sport. And they need to act responsibly to make sure that they're not drawing scrutiny on women's bodies, especially women's bodies from countries like Namibia during the time of a competition, like in Tokyo, what we saw with Christine Mboma. Now, this is what that I think international governing bodies need to work on. They need to act more responsibly. They need to make sure that they're not fueling such kind of discriminatory practices in the media by making stupid comments. If you would remember, this happened even during Caster Semenya in 2009 around the Berlin World Championships, when one of the IAAF representatives spoke in the media in a way which was extremely discriminatory and demeaning towards Casta. And this has happened over and over again, and it's not changing as fast as we would like to. But I think at the end of the day, yes, media must change, but the responsibility finally lies on the hands of the people who are leading sport today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you come in now?
Thank you. I'm not sure if people hear me clearly, but let me start by thanking Dr. Mitra and Nicole for very interesting submissions. I was going to respond or react to the question from our online participant who was asking what are the follow-ups that have been made to, let me call them victims of discriminatory actions in sport. And I think this conference must not skate around this issue. This conference must be very clear and very bold in coming up, because if we skate around this issue, we are not going to address the matter. There's been an issue of harassment of female referees in Zimbabwe. There's been an issue of football players in Zambia, and Dr. Mitra just raised that matter. We have had cases of abuse during the Region 5 games of some of our athletes through our safeguarding systems and so on. And we have to address these matters. And when these matters are confronted, the International Federation is quick to suspend, is quick to point out government interference and third-party interference. And therefore, I think this conference must be very bold in saying we need dialogue with the international federations. We need to sit down and agree basically on how matters are done. I don't think there's protocol on issues of harassment. I'm sorry to be that aggressive. I don't think there's protocol that says, no, we cannot allow third parties to be involved when our women and girls are being exposed to harmful practices, exclusion, harassment, and abuse. I think as a society, as a sport society, we have to come up with a codified approach and engage with the international sports governing bodies and agree on how we should address these matters. A lot of victims remain silent because they don't have confidence in us as leaders. They don't think that we can solve the issues, and therefore they get either they just silently drop out and they live with traumas for life. And that experience has got to be addressed and head on without walking on eggshells and creating glass ceilings that we don't want to break. So I think it is very, very important for us to realize that as Region 5, we've made it a zero tolerance policy around our games. That's why we've set up a task team. We have a reporting system that is clear. We have made it mandatory that no athlete or technical official or entourage of the team is going to attend the games without having gone through, number one, our anti-doping education, because we believe that it's a rights issue for athletes. And so they have to go through an anti-doping training and clearly produce a certificate that shows that they've gone through that. And going forwards, with now the training that we are seeing coming through the AUSC, we are also going to consider for approval by our ministers and other principals that no one should be able to come to the African Union Region 5 Games without having gone through the safeguarding training. Because our athletes and our children and our women and our girls, they need to be safeguarded, and we cannot allow people who have not gone through the menu to address issues that we're talking about. Lastly, let me say that for as long as there's a sport industry, we don't codify this industry, which creates limited boundaries in terms of what has to be and what should not be done. It is going to remain a setup that we have which continues to be messy. One can never be a member of the Doctors Association if they are not a doctor. Neither can they be in the Lawyers Association if they are not a lawyer. And strides must be made to codify the sport industry to ensure that whoever comes in, they subscribe to a particular code. And in that code, one of the most outstanding areas we must look at is the issue of safeguarding of our women and girls in the area of gender sensitivity and equality. We as a region continue to drive and work with member countries. And I'm happy to say there are countries now that are working on legislation on integrity. Some are at bill level, where their bills, integrity bills are now being at the very highest level to be passed into law. And we are continuing to encourage other member countries to do as such. Because it's now time for us to ensure that we create, we make it criminal for perpetrators of harassment, abuse, and other forms of exclusion and aggression against our women and girls in sport. So I just thought I should give this perspective that we are working very closely with other agencies. As Region 5, we have a very direct link with Interpol as we work on the issue of safeguarding through our games. And we will wield the X on any perpetrators that are related to Region 5 games. But we are going further than just the games, because as a body that also coordinates sport at regional level, we must have very direct interest in what is also happening in our national federations and countries, so that we don't leave anybody hiding under the cover of a sports governing body. We need everyone else to realize that we have to respect humanity and we have to respect our women and girls.
Thank you, Mrs. Toya. Thank you for that contribution. Okay, I think I'll start with the lady in the green blazer, then we move on to the next.
Okay, I will talk in Portuguese. Mais uma vez, satisfeita por ouvir palavras que nos incentivam a continuar. E disse bem nosso senhor Stanley Mutoya que é preciso mesmo proteger a jovem mulher, as raparigas no desporto. Eu queria que reforçássemos mais esta questão que foi apresentada por uma das painelistas em relação à sexualidade. Existindo uma espécie de conflito entre a ciência e a genética, na questão da sexualidade, não era o momento de forçarmos, vamos assim dizer, a criação de um código de orientação para que evitemos que as nossas atletas cheguem à alta competição e se deparem com estas questões que depois as fragilizam, as expõem, ficam expostas e psicologicamente acabam por sofrer, como vimos os dois exemplos que aqui foram mostrados em relação, por exemplo, à ugandesa e também a Caster Semenya, que é uma grande referência que nós já tratávamos como a sucessora da Lourdes Mutola nos 800 metros, que acaba por ser também um orgulho para todos nós africanos, em particular para a região, nós lusófonos mais ainda, e por isso mesmo gostaria que falássemos um bocado mais, se não era o momento de criarmos um código de orientação para evitarmos então a exposição das nossas atletas, das nossas mulheres. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for that. Because of our time, Judge Z, I will give you just a minute. Sorry about that.
That is fine. On the issue of Sorry, let me start with Dr. Mitri. Is it Mitri?
Mitra.
Mitra, I would appreciate, since they are doing research on a global level, to take on the issues that they've highlighted, especially regarding our athletes, African athletes, that have problems with the issue of gender identity and issues. I say this because I think as WISC, the committee has been highlighting this issue on a regional basis for a number of years, and the committee members will agree on it. And we've highlighted it from the point of view of African athletes, female athletes, and we've also noted it for South American athletes, where on the global level, we seem to be treated differently. And it is important that research is done to highlight that particular aspect for the African athletes. And the fact that CASTA is putting a shine on it is very important for us as Africans. Because if we do not support the concept and the ideology of, if we're talking about inclusion, that includes every female athlete that is out there. And it is important that our region also takes it on board. And it's something that I think Stanley will agree with us. We have been saying it on a regular basis that there is need to ensure that these athletes are taken on board, but are also supported on the African continent. And that's the first thing. The second thing on safeguarding, I think one of the biggest issues is we do rely heavily on teaching the officials on safeguarding, but we forget the actual athletes. And it is critical that the athletes themselves are able to identify the human rights violations. They're able to identify the procedures that are necessary for them to report, but also to still feel safe in the spaces that we provide. So if we're doing safeguarding, let's ensure that the people that are actually heavily impacted are also trained.
Wow. Thank you, Judge Z. Thank you for that contribution. CEO, the issue here is a bit sensitive and it's raising a bit of emotions. I can see faces, I can see hands, people wants to talk, people wants to contribute, but our time is not allowing all that for now. So you are going to bear with me, my dearest ladies. We are breaking for now for our tea, but if you want, you can take your tea, then we continue with the discussions. How is that? Super. So can we break for now? We pick our tea, we refresh a bit, then we come back before we call upon the next speaker. Thank you to Nicole and thank you to Dr. Mitra. Thank you, online participants, for this active session. Thank you. We can bring our tea. We can bring our tea inside. Ladies, we are about to start our second session. Please, may we get inside? We are free to bring our tea. Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. May we all settle down? Thank you once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, may we get seated as we proceed with our program. We are going to have a presentation from Unesco on overview of key policies, frameworks, priority areas, and this is going to be done by someone who is currently the Director of Policies and Programs of the Social and Human Sciences sector at UNESCO, who has also held a number of different positions in Mozambican Ministry of Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you Ms. Angela Melo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Good
very
morning,
much.
everyone.
Good morning, everyone.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you very much to the African Union Sport Council for inviting UNESCO to be part of this conference that brings together African sports community to discuss this vital topic under the theme Gender Equity, Championing Sustainable Change. This subject is very close to my heart, and this is one of the UNESCO's global priority. As a professional background, I was commissioner at African Union Commission for Human and People's Rights. And also I worked with the gender equalities and rapporteur on rights of women. Thank you for that. I will share with you my presentation. I will concentrate on the Fit for Life program. And I will inform you that among the core competences of UNESCO, as I said previously, gender equality is one of the 2 global priorities together with Africa. Since 2008, we have as a core competences education, sports, youth, and equality. All these are interconnected and feed in sports. For those who are not familiar with the UNESCO, UNESCO is the UN specialized agency for education, science, both science, natural science and social and human sciences, culture, communication, and information. We have also oceanography as a sector. Our work is essentially about driving inclusive, human-centered, sustainable development. In terms of gender equality, we have a division on gender equality, which coordinate our activities among the 6 programmatic sectors. And within the UNESCO sector of social and human science, we have also gender equality mainstream within the other programs. And sport, of course, is the parts in which work also with the gender equality as a priority outcome area. The UN in education, we are UN lead education sector, and as well as sports. This is a quite distinctive work or role played by the UN agencies, because at UNESCO we have this function on standard setting at policy and practices. This is a dual intervention strategy, which we use our program, our core program we called Fit for Life, to trigger sustainable change, and which is needed to advance equality. Here you have the core competences. And then UNESCO, you'll see in the screen UNESCO mandate on sport, as I told previously. We lead sports within the UN agencies. UNESCO is a home of normative instruments, data setting, and intergovernmental bodies, including we have an intergovernmental committee for physical education, physical activity, and sport called CJAPS. For those who are familiar with this, this is the platform, a mechanism for preparing and guiding ministers, sport ministers during the World Conference of Ministers called MINEPS. Our vision is also to to support, promote sport for all and sport as a fundamental rights without any discrimination, in which, of course, gender and women empower is the key. Our message is women and girls must enjoy equal opportunities, choices, power, and knowledge to advance sustainable development and positive peace. We have to equip all, including women and girls, with knowledge, values, attitude, and skills through sport. Sport has this ability and capability to provide these skills to individuals, also communities, and society at large. If sport is well planned, researched, taught, and practiced. One of the tool to end systematic inequalities against girls and women in sport is through sport, certainly. And promoting human rights in sport is one of the main objectives that Unesco would like to achieve, together with the other partners and other UN agencies. Our intervention is around three main types of activities or goals, sorry. Develop capacities and tools to promote and advance the rights of girls and women, to participate in physical education, physical activity and sport at all levels, to protect girls and women participating from harassment, misconduct, and abuse. Sometimes we'll talk less about harassment, misconduct, abuse to women in sport, women and girls in sport, and use sport to promote gender equality and empower girls and women. As you said, some of you attended the sport ministers, and particularly the 6th World Conference of Sport Ministers, MINEP 6, where the ministers adopted a framework, sport framework called Kazan Action Plan. And in Kazan Action Plan, one of the key areas or key action is creating a global observatory on women and sports. This global observatory on women and sport was established in 2021 is located, in Lausanne, Switzerland. And the objective is to contribute to produce data and advance inclusion, equal opportunities, and non-discrimination to women in sport. We also would like to invite and encourage all the partners to be part of this adventure by providing data, information, but best practices, sharing information in order to support this great initiative. The Kazan Action Plan that I told you, adopted by the world ministers, is a continuation or is materializing through the Fit for Life initiative. This is our key initiatives on sport at the social and human science sector. And the gender is one of the priorities within this sport-based initiative, Fit for Life. So what is the Fit for Life? In fact, Fit for Life is a global sport-based initiative that provides a practical framework to support smart investments in sport as a driver of health, education, and equality outcomes. So Fit for Life has been designed to serve as a blueprint for the continuation of the implementation of Kazan Action Plan that I told you previously. So you see in the screen that the Fit for Life is an intersection challenges, which are inequalities existing within the societies, including to women and girls, to promote also the issue on mental and physical health. So we have here on the screen the data. You can see in the screen during COVID-19, 41% decline in physical activity, to which women and girls and low-income communities worst hit. So during COVID-19, there was a report on domestic violence affecting, of course, physical and mental health, and also social tensions within the societies, which affects women and girls. And of course, teachers or also say that physical activity and mental health and mental health of students worsened during COVID. This is the UNESCO data. And women are less represented in leadership positions, less numerated at professional level, and participated less in sport and physical activity. This is the data from the WHO. In terms of how we will implement the Fit for Life program. So I have to say that our activities have been designed to connect local needs with policy outcomes to ensure greater and sustainable impact. By prioritizing inclusion by design, girls and women will be considered and brought in at every step of the process to share feedback on activity design and implementation. Fit for Life is designed around 3 objectives. One is increase grassroots participation in sports, quality physical education, and physical activity. The second is to build capacity of the key national stakeholder groups, such as decision makers, policy makers, educators, and civil society. And the third is support member states to develop inclusive sport policies and quality physical education policies informed by data and knowledge of good practices. This is all about our work on sport policies based on data. So this is in terms of objectives. Through these objectives, we will design actions or interventions. The first is gathering the data to systematize smart investment in sport policy, grassroots projects and related infrastructure, support the use of outcome-oriented measuring methodologies and the use of normative financial instruments, deliver values-based curricular trainings and masterclasses to practitioners and policymakers. This is why we need to work with the education sector. Another activity is advocate the business case for investment in sport. As you know that sport, normally we will, some of us or probably decision makers use more sport for improving incomes, to put people on good physical and mental health, but you can have sport as a multifunction roles. Sport for peace and reconciliation, sport for development, sport for promotes physical and mental health, sport for incomes, sport, but we need to separate the things. We need to have clear objectives, and we need to have also investments, smart investment with the innovative financial arrangements, working with the public and private sectors alongside. But it depends on how and what are the specific objectives to using sport. But for example, we think that at a very early age of the children, we should introduce experiences or play experiences between parents and children at a very early age in order to introduce skills, values through sport. And also to have a kind of quality physical education at the very beginning of the early stage or preschool age of for children, to protect children, to promote sport at the very early stage of our children's. So we have here in the screen what I thought about the objectives, how it's our activities, and to whom or who. And you'll see that girls and women are the key of the people who should benefit from the quality physical education, physical activity, and sport. Okay. Now, the sports, our program on Fit for Life is a data-driven approach. Why? Because we cannot just have sports as a slogan, you know, say that sport is a joy, sports unify people, sports empower people, sports benefits people, sport as a power and benefit for the individuals, communities, and society at large. We should collect data and analyze data to show the decision makers, to show the communities how sport is important. Through sport, you can have gains, benefits. This is why the Fit for Life is a data-driven approach. So in order to address this, we will begin our work in Fit for Life with data and measuring. We need to measuring our activities in sports, in quality physical education. First, we will work on scoping study. This is already we are already initiated on this scoping state, the state of art on sport. We are taking stock of what we know, what we don't, so we can develop a strategy to address data gaps and break down knowledge silos. We will identify gender data gaps, as I told you, is a priority for the scoping study. And after that, we will work on global baseline study, gathering data on sport policy and practices with the Unesco's 193 member states. This data collection will complement recently administered African Union Sport Council survey. We are aware that you are already collected data, so we can complement with your work. The global baseline survey will be complemented by a series of community pilots to generate insights on human and economic value of investment in sport in different areas, including on women empowerment and inclusion. The data landscaping will also be crucial to presenting the business case for investments and to identify those investments with yield the highest returns. This is why we will starting to collect data to show the smart investments in sport. This is a way to encourage and to promote sport to decision makers. So what are the main outcomes of this program Fit for Life? We look at projects. First, we will have so I'd like to say that data is not the end per se. Once we have completed our global data collection exercise, we will then work with other partners to convert data into sport policies and practices. The data, so we'll work on the global framework of standards on inclusive sport policy and practice. And this data will inform the development of global standards in terms of legislation, training, curricula to support policymakers and practitioners. These resources will be designed to build capacities of core beneficiaries and provide guidance on collective action through sport. So to ensure the democratization of data, we will work, of course, with the traditional experts communities, but also with other non-traditional partners. And we will also to work with the multifunctional digital hub in order to share experiences and best practices through this platform. In terms of opportunities to engage in sport, what are working towards requires us to advocate for, but also actively work towards women and girls' rights to spark change in society. We need to continue identifying challenges and proposing solutions and making this available, accessible, and visible around the world. We need to engage governments. We need to engage sport clubs, federations, civil societies, young leaders, women and girls, as well as athletes, elite athletes, to make sure this change is happening at the policy level, but also at grassroots level. There are different ways in which you can be involved and actively contribute to the Fit for Life initiative. We are inviting you all, notably ministers and senior management or managers on sport physical activity and physical physical education to participate to the upcoming CJEPS activities to build up the next MINEPS 7. MINEPS, as I informed you previously, is the World Ministers, Sport Ministers platform or Congress or conference, which will take place in Baku in Azerbaijan from 14 to 17 March next year, 2023. We will start holding working groups to be established in November of the year, where sports organizations, academia, governments, private sectors, actors, and others can contribute actively to design and follow up the implementation of Fit for Life program at different levels. This work will be carried out by the former chairperson of CJEPS, Mrs. Rosa Rakotozavi, Director General of Sports in Madagascar. We invite all of you to share existing data sets, measurement frameworks, or good practice projects examples to be taken into account in Fit for Life scoping study that is underway. Another way in which we would like to encourage you is to take part in this initiative to drive pilots to design and to drive the design and implement pilot projects focusing on a particular aspect of Fit for Life. For example, on specific issues related to gender equality in sport, employability, other. Data issuing from these projects is crucial to feed into the next steps of Fit for Life. For more information, I'd like to invite you to approach to our secretariats And thank you for your attention. And we look forward to cooperating or collaborating with you in the future and attending, of course, the next MINEP 7. Thank you. Over, Chairperson.
Do we have anyone online?
Yes,
With a
please.
question?
Yes,
for Ms.
please.
Melo? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On your experience as Unesco in engaging with the member states to follow up and follow through on their commitments that are made even through the Kazan Action Plan and the CJEPS platform. What are some positive practices that you have seen from governments that actually act positively? And where are the challenges for those member states who do not act as in a committed way than you would want to see? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lombe. Anyone with a burning question? Yes, from the Far East.
Thank you so much. My name is Mpoma Posa, and thank you, Ms. Angel, for your presentation. So as a newly graduate, I've identified quite a huge gap that has been neglected for a very long time. When you speak about women participation or empowering women and girls, we mostly focus on the participation part and not necessarily the students and how they're integrated into the corporate spaces. This is a problem because of every single presentation we've heard about researches being made, data, surveys, and so forth, but you have qualified people that are sitting at home with their qualifications because they don't have a proper system that has included them into these particular spaces. Currently in South Africa, we have 22 universities, but only 4 provides qualifications in sport management. And we have many colleges as well, and only 1 specifies in providing sport qualifications. There is a huge lag because of that is where you could get your coaches, your officials, your team managers that could then learn about safeguarding and learn about some of these things that you're talking about today. With Ms. Angela's presentation, when she said she's integrating and she's going to be collaborating with educational institutions, my question is, what is the best way to actually do that and to ensure that universities don't only provide students to participate into varsity competitions, but they also provide qualifications for those particular students? Thank you.
Thank you. Any feedback, Miss Angela?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I don't know if you understand. I don't know if I understand properly the first question because I heard a part of the question. But why I understood is the question was the first question was related to the MINEPs and CJEPs. What are the results? What are the good practices? I think this is the core of the question. So, you know, MINEPs, until MINEPs 5, MINEPs as a platform policy dialogue, it was a policy dialogue platform. And until MINEPs 5, MINEPs was the platform for dialogue, but only on declarations, engagement, but nothing else passed on the ground. It was nicely framed declarations. But from MINEPs 5 until today, we have, particularly with the MINEPs 6, ministers, sport ministers, and senior officials of on sports, physical education, and physical equality adopt for the first time ever an action plan. So when you adopt an action plan means that you have to implement. And through the action plan, member states starting to work on the action plan. One of the action plan, action 4, is related to the women in sports. This is why we created, supported this Switzerland in launching the Global Observatory on women and sports. So ministers understood that since we have this action plan, we need to implement and to follow up and to monitor the action plan. So we organized working groups, and we had ministers from Africa working and sharing and sharing the working groups. So for the next MINEP 7, we will work on the monitoring follow-up on what the ministers have been implemented on the ground in relation to the Kazan Action Plan. So this is, I think, is the Kazan Action Plan. The Kazan Action Plan is the change mindsets, change the narrative from the policy statements to the practice. So I think this is a gain, and it's upon the society, sport organizations to really follow up and monitor the Kazan Action Plan in order to interact with the ministers during the next Kazan Action Plan, which will take place next year in Baku, Azerbaijan. So we are lacking on the monitoring, of course, because we don't have a platform for monitoring the MINEPs at UNESCO, but hopefully with your support, for example, civil society to really, support member states and encourage them to have a monitoring systems from the Kazan Action Plan. The second question raised by I think the young women, if I can say this, on the sport qualifications in universities, she's completely right. You are right, because we have seen the very few universities with sport qualifications. And this is something that we can, with your support, to ask the ministers to improve in this area, specific area. It's up to you. You can push the secretary. We are secretariats. We are serving the ministers. So if you push, we'll push. For example, for the next CGEPS is the platform, it is a mechanism to prepare and to guide the MINEPs. So we prepare. If you put a draft in the draft agenda, the ministers can approve and should be part of the Fit for Life program or initiative. This is a matter of really follow up and monitor in the system of sport. I think this is the two questions I hear from my side. Over.
Ms. Melo, ladies and gentlemen, our time is too jealous when we are discussing the issues that we need and that we enjoy most. It becomes quick. So allow me to cut you short there. We will continue. We have all the afternoon, even if you want to break at 8 p.m. I think after the prescribed program, we will do that. But at this moment, let's give a hand of applause to Ms. Melo for her presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angela. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all rise? We are smartly dressed, fit for any activity. Can we stretch a bit? Yes, to the left, to the right, to the left again, to the right, with a bit of a twist, to the left. Thank you. At least I know you won't be angry. Thank you. Let's take our seat as we prepare for our country repose. Ms. Mello spoke about a number of things on her presentation. She spoke about gender equity as one of the global priorities. And one thing that I liked on her presentation, together in Africa, then I will conclude we can manage. Together in Africa, or together in AUS Region 5, we can manage. How many agree with me today? Thank you, thank you. Let's give ourselves a pam-pam. She mentioned something about Fit for Life initiatives. There are so many. Hello? Can we have one meeting? Thank you. She spoke about Fit for Life initiatives, and there are quite a number of them. But I picked something that I also like a lot: the issue of representation of women in physical activities. Ladies, let's call to action. We have to be well represented in everything that we do. She also spoke about enhancing the well-being of all, increasing grassroots from our women in sport representatives. And we are coming in this order. Angola. Angola is going to present something from Angola. We move to Botswana, followed by Eswatini, Malawi, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, and finally the host, South Africa. So a hand of applause to Angola as they present to us this afternoon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ana Cristina. I represent Association Angola Women's Sports. I will speak in Portuguese because Portuguese is my official language. Okay. Vou começar a falar exatamente da língua. A língua que, de certa forma, vai servindo de barreira para, de forma direta, certeza que juntos, se nos abraçarmos, vamos mais facilmente entre nós passar a mensagem. Por isso é importante, independentemente da língua, devemos nos abraçar mutuamente e juntos caminharmos. Vamos aqui falar de política, primeiramente, porque sem as políticas não será possível a implementação de todo e qualquer plano que qualquer organização toma. Por isso mesmo, precisamos do suporte dos nossos governos. Em Angola, particularmente, temos um governo que dá exemplo. E este exemplo que temos na política, queremos ver também a nível do desporto. Vamos aqui citar alguns marcos que certamente nos servem de orientação. E este pontapé de saída foi dado pelo Presidente da República, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, que saiu recentemente vitorioso nas eleições gerais que Angola realizou. No seu governo, pela primeira vez, em 47 anos de Angola independente, temos uma mulher vice-presidente da República. O Tribunal Constitucional de Angola também hoje é liderado por uma mulher. Hoje temos num dos importantes ministérios, o Ministério das Finanças, a liderança de uma mulher. Temos igualmente no Parlamento angolano uma mulher a liderar esta Casa das Leis. Por isso, são exemplos que nos mostram que temos uma Angola que certamente tem passos firmes. Este exemplo já começou por via de um partido, o partido MPLA, que pela primeira vez também colocou o seu presidente, uma mulher, na vice-presidência. E este exemplo, nós, mulheres do desporto, esperamos que outros partidos também abracem. Por isso, é um caminho. Olhar aqui para outros dados em relação à liderança feminina. Já o falamos em relação à política, mas vamos olhar aqui para alguns exemplos de desportistas. Hoje, esta Associação Mulher do Desporto deu para o Parlamento angolano uma deputada, a ex-jogadora da Seleção Nacional, Maria Odete Tavares. Ela, no Parlamento, defende a causa das mulheres. Esta Associação Mulher do Desporto deu, primeiramente, no mandato anterior, uma ministra dos Desportos, Ana Paula de Sacramento Neto, está aí no banner, que hoje é a ministra angolana da Família e Promoção da Mulher. Esta Associação Mulher do Desporto deu hoje uma ministra da Juventude e Desportos, Palmira Barbosa, a maior referência do handball africano. Esteve a representar Angola, esteve a representar o continente em várias frentes. Mostrou tecnicamente o seu trabalho e hoje mereceu a confiança do governo. Está a liderar o Ministério de Juventude e Desportos. Mais uma mulher também sai desta associação, Teresa Olundo Xinha. Ela hoje é responsável de todas as infraestruturas esportivas do país. Ela é a secretária de Estado dos Desportos de Angola. São vários exemplos. Em relação ao desporto adaptado, temos um comitê formado desde 1994. Temos liderança. Angola hoje está a participar no Mundial de Futebol para Amputados. Está a defender o seu título. Nesta altura, temos uma mulher na vice-presidência da Federação Internacional a defender a causa destes homens que lutam pelo continente neste Mundial de Futebol que decorre na Turquia. É um ganho para o país, é um ganho para o continente, é um ganho para as mulheres termos Celeste Chiama na condição de vice-presidente da Federação Internacional de Futebol para Amputados. Olhamos também para os casos que também temos aqui falado, trabalhar nas comunidades. Em relação ao desporto adaptado, temos um exemplo, uma jovem que sofreu violência doméstica e por conta disso ficou invisual, ficou cega. A área social foi buscar e trouxe para o desporto. O desporto colocou-lhe na seleção nacional e hoje ela representa o país nos grandes mundiais. Estivemos recentemente em Marrakech. A pandemia também nos ajudou. Criou jovens que estiveram confinadas e representaram o continente no Mundial da Eslovénia. Hoje temos o 7º lugar. Por isso, queremos aqui agradecer à organização por nos trazer para esta conferência e nós vamos absorver a mensagem e levar para os demais. Falo os demais porque temos homens e mulheres que nós temos também o direito de reconhecer. Temos homens que trabalham de forma árdua. A sociedade é feita de homens e mulheres. Obrigado aos homens que connosco estão nesta luta. Esta é Angola. Estamos juntos.
Thank you. I was trying to think of a word in Portuguese that can make a stop, but it all vanished. So I had to smile in trying to show her that she had stolen much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana? She had stolen much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana? He had stolen much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana?
Yes, only 5.
Okay. Morning. My name is Tulari Ngoratsabile. I'm the...
He had stolen much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana?
Yes, only 5.
Okay. Where should I point to move? Morning. My name is Tulari Ngoratsabile. I'm the...
He had stolen much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana?
Yes, only 5.
Okay. Where should I point to move? Morning. My name is Tulari Ngoratsabile. I'm the...
He had stolen much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana?
Yes, only 5.
Okay. Should I point to move? Morning. My name is Tulari Ngoratsabile. I'm the... It's too much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we move on to Botswana? Yes. Good morning. My name is Tulare Sabili. It's too much of our time. Thank you, Madam, for such presentation. Can we
organization called Sports Volunteer Movement. They are also our stakeholders.
My name is Tulare Sabili.
WASPO, as in Women in Sport Botswana, have objectives to increase and enhance the participation of girls in sports in Botswana. They are empower women to take leadership positions in sports and to facilitate a conducive environment for women and girls' participation in sports, devoid of cultural barriers, and to facilitate the equitable, inclusive and representation and distribution of resources in Botswana. Those are the objectives of Women in Sports Botswana. In 2017, we carried out a gender mainstream strategy, equitable, inclusive and representation in collaboration with Botswana National Olympic Committee. The objective of this strategy was to identify the forms and extent of gender disparities, gender-based violence and discrimination in Botswana sport. From this strategy, we had picked a few key issues by the forms and extent. It was found out that gender-based female players range between 2 to 9% across all sports codes. At club level, we have female participation of an average of 21.5%, and women involvement in leadership or managerial positions, we have 19.5%. At club level, there, we also found out there was a lot of discrimination in Botswana sport because there were a lot of male coaches and female coaches. It's not only in Botswana. And we also found out there is a gender in sport media. Because in terms of coverage, women only get the 30% news in Botswana. And then in 2018, we hosted the IWG, and from this IWG, we had 5 legacy areas that we got from the conference, which are the media accountability, representation, research to practice, and communication. We as WASPO, we had initiative to respond to these legacies. We hosted the gender sensitive workshop with our media. The objective was to contribute to a more diverse, gender sensitive and equipped media and society, on focusing on the points to engage with media so that they can be a fair portrayal of sports, women and men through elimination of stereotypes. We also use gender fair language when they are reporting, and then also the selection of the sources and stories in order to achieve a balanced percentage of sports, women and men in the media. We also use, in representation, we responded by hosting female administrative capacity building and empowerment workshops, and conducting regional community mainstream workshops through those 7 regions of our responded by our communities. We hosted them. We hosted workshops on gender mainstreaming. We also hosted female administrator capacity workshops between all the female administrators. We hosted them in Botswana. We hosted through research. We also hosted. We as WASPO, we have developed a sexual harassment policy. It is ready and to be used. It will be launched by the end of October, so that the associations can start using it. The Botswana National Sports Commission also developed the diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. Why are you clapping us for us? We've been talking about policies, and Botswana has taken a step and action to that. We have developed 2 policies, sexual harassment policy and the diversity equity, the things that we've been talking about. Thank you so much. Talking about policies. And we also have other initiatives out of those ones. We at WASPO, we have created a special WASPO award, which is included in the National Committee. The Botswana National Sports Committee, they have awards. So we as WASPO came with an initiative to have a special WASPO award, where we give it to anybody or any organization who recognize and who has the contributions as a cause of encouragement to those who have not taken the steps yet to contribute to the award to the cause of Botswana sports. We also hosted a PISO in 2020 under the theme Elevating Women and Girl Chapters Participation in Sports. The aim of the PISO was to discuss a broad range of women matters and produce resolutions. And from this PISO, the resolutions were policies around the safeguarding atlas, and we are happy to say we have started drafting the safeguarding policy. Capacitation, he's policies around the safeguarding atlas, and we are happy to say we have started capacitating women of leadership. I have talked earlier that we have started workshopping our women in capacitating mentorship for athletes. I have said earlier that we have started mentorship programs for athletes, support and sponsorship for women, fair portrayal of women and girls in the media. I have talked about earlier that we have conducted media on gender reporting for athletes, support and sponsorship for women, fair portrayal of time up, so it also stopped media that we have conducted.
Wow. Technology.
But I haven't finished.
Technology
because
is
because
excellent.
there are a lot of achievements and that we had in Botswana. Tell me, why are you sabotaging me?
Wow. Technology knows that we are behind time.
Do you sabotaging me? Okay, let's quickly look at the achievements that we had in Botswana. We made sure that at Region 5 Games, we create a number of male and female teams. We also supported double action ladies who took part in the CAF championships. We made sure that women and men have shared part or equal female teams selection process during through the programs that BNEC are providing. But nonetheless, we still face these challenges. There's limited access to resources in terms of human resource and equipment. We still have a low training venues. So these are kind of the resources that we still have. We still have a problem of retaining these women in sports. One other challenge is that women do not attract as much interest from the community as men. We have unbalanced reporting coverage between women and men in sports. Commercialization, which favors men's sport over women's sport, leads to the perception that women's sport is not more important than men. Thank you so much.
Finally, she is done. Okay, thank you, Tuli. Thank you for that presentation. Can we clap hands for Fana?
There are no questions for me. Ooh, thank you.
I think the questions will come after.
Okay.
Yes. Or maybe before we can hear what Madam Witt wants to say.
minutes. I will even donate it to Swaziland to add on to the minutes. On policy development, this is such a milestone. Lesotho has just launched its first sport and recreation policy in October. And during the Under-20 games in December, a committee on safeguarding was put in place, and this committee now is busy developing safeguarding policy for all sporting codes association in Lesotho. In terms of programs, in August 2022, Lesotho graduated 18 women leadership mentees, and we were so grateful that we managed to graduate. A female sport for all mentee collaborated with Lesotho Sports and Recreation, Lesotho National Olympic Committee, and Ministry of Sport to organize the just ended Tafisa World Walk Day, which was really successful, and it engaged mostly people from the community where the walk was organized. The walk was attended by elderly people, young athletes, and other administrators and dignitaries from sport. So Lesotho National Olympic Committee has just completed a level 1 basic administration course for 5 sporting codes that are dominated, for women in the 5 sporting codes that are dominated by male, which is boxing, basketball, judo, football, and those graduated just last week. And the Women for Women program also has just started. Lesotho Sports and Recreation Commission and Women in Sport collaborated with a boxing, an Alondra Boxing Academy. This is an academy that is spearheaded by one of the members of the Sport and Development Committee, Sibusiso, and when he heard that he decided that we must collaborate with his academy, and I am happy to report that in the first month of that collaboration, we managed to attract 40 young girls into boxing from a school called Millennium Primary School. And just last week, 2 of them were competing in a first ever women boxing tournament that was held in Lesotho. So I just want to share the milestones from the December Games. First ever in Lesotho history, women won a gold and from volleyball. And netball also won a bronze. And that's such a milestone for the country in terms of women's achievement. So in research, nothing much has happened in the country. However, our programs are informed by the research findings that are normally shared by the region. Advocacy. Yesterday, we said there, we were talking with my principal and Memunewang, the 3 of us who are coming from Lesotho, to say we have learned a lot on how to deal with advocacy. We learned that advocacy is beyond just going to radios or newspaper when we feel something is not going right. However, let me just share to say, in the last quarter, our advocacy was out because of sexual, not sexual harassment, but the physical harassment that is done on women in Lesotho. And this happened, it was so sad because it mostly happened during the Women's Month. And we were saying, what's wrong with this? There were a lot of killings on women in Lesotho during the Women's Month. But in the last 6 months, we have lost one of the women leadership facilitator to that violence. And we lost another athlete who was in cycling due to violence, physical violence. So this is where now all our efforts were on advocacy, trying to advocate for policies and that. But we think lesson learned from this workshop is that advocacy is beyond that. It's trying to find partners, right partners for our future plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson Wies, but you did not donate any minute to Eswatini. So Eswatini, please be on time. Can we have Eswatini to present? Thank you again, Madam Mashale.
I will. Good morning, everybody. I am Fisiwe Vilane from Women in Sport Commission in Eswatini. The instruction was that it was just meant to be a few slides so that we finish within the 5 minutes. But just to give background, the Women in Sport Commission exists under the Eswatini Sports and Recreation Council, which is under the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Youth Affairs. And its main objective is to protect the issues of gender equity for women participating in sports at all levels within Eswatini. That would be the overall objective. From my side for this report, we basically just focused on activities for the 2021/2022 year, where we had a gender mainstreaming workshop where we invited our representatives from sports associations. We had 13 out of the 17, sorry, am I supposed to? Yes, so we held the gender mainstreaming workshop in 2021, as I've already said. We had 13 out of the 17 national sports organizations represented, and this was funded by the Sports and Recreation Council, which is where we sit under. It was an analysis of the barriers that exist within women in sports in terms of social constructs, our legal, cultural, and also structural barriers. The study had been done by one of our athletes that has become a top administrator, Rana Hazel Mtetwa, who also, as part of her master's fulfillment for a university in Russia, had done an actual study on gender mainstreaming in Eswatini, just to establish the position of how far women had gone in terms of occupying leadership positions within sports associations. There was also an acknowledgement of how far Eswatini has come in getting women involved. Within that study, the challenges identified, I've just focused on the main ones. The lack of focus and early child development, as has been discussed even earlier in this meeting. The culture of the boys' club is still highly prevalent across most of our sports associations. There was the issue of the lack of facilities, especially outside the corridor, which is our urban area. The lack of female role models that have gone to represent the country at the international level, both at participation or even at administration level. And I think that is slowly changing now, as well as the gaps in constitutional mandates and policies that we have, exposure to harassment and bullying for our women that participate in sports, and the imbalances in resource allocation, both at pay level, but also around allocation in terms of budgets for activities. And then the self-imposed limitations that we have, somehow we are scared of moving into the spaces where we believe have been dominated by men. In terms of the key recommendations, there was focused funding for women programs in Eswatini, increased marketing and coverage of women in sports, both administrators and also the athletes themselves, skills training, development and mentoring focus going forward, as well as accountability enforcement to support women representation, especially where quotas have already been put in place to have women in certain positions, and then more focus on the public awareness programs and the public debate, just getting more people to talk about what needs to happen within that space, and the regional integration and marketing of grants for gender mainstreaming programs. The way forward and the future plans, and some of these are already in place. We had a gender policy audit across all the associations, and for those that did not have, we are currently working on gender policy development to make sure that all the associations have a policy in place and are actually complying. The Eswatini Women's Sports Day, that is what we are trying to put together for the year. Women in Leadership Training, this will be our second, because in 2020, when the COVID restrictions were lifted, we actually did have our Women in Leadership program for young girls, where we had 46 participants that actually graduated from that program. And then the development of plans to increase media coverage, as I've said, this has already started. We are seeing now more of achievements celebrated for our women administrators. Our PELT, Lamini, for example, is now participating at international forums, and we're making sure that, whatever achievements are there are being pushed, as well as the country level meetings for women in sports, trying to put that together to make sure that women have their own platforms where they get to discuss their issues. Siyabonga kakhulu. Did I meet your time limit?
Okay, you just stole a minute from us, but I hope you are going to repay in kind. Thank you, a woman from Eswatini, for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, those that are coming next, please be reminded that we concentrate much on issues of policy, programs, advocacy, and research. If we still have time, then we can mention some achievements and the other stuff. So as Malawi is coming, please, let's concentrate on those. 5 minutes is too little, we know, but we have to live by it for now. Thank you. Madam Judge.
Can I ask my Malawian people to stand up?
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to officially welcome you to the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games, igniting the African dream. Welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
Not by court order, but by ensuring. But are we playing the song or not? We wanted to just make sure you get excited and energized for the fact that we're going to campaign this year. Welcome to Malawi. If I don't promote my own country, who will? Okay? And for the future of my female girls in Malawi, I am here to dance. So can you get up and dance just for a minute? The DJ is so bad today. DJ. Back when I used to party, you said, DJ, you're fired. Huh? I don't party anymore, so.
Dream. Region 5 games, be a part of the team. Witness the rise of an African tide. Angola, Namibia, that African side. Zambia, Mulishani, ignite the flame with us, Taguanani. Boxing, judo, we're bringing in basketball. Represent your flag, this is national.
Reigniting the African dream, yeah. Quarantine in a corner. Volley Sato Dumela. They're bringing the heat. Region 5 on fire. They're bringing the heat. Tennis a football on fire. Bake a shoe, bake a shoe. Waka to mandani. Kutu bake a shoe. Mwana wa malau. Bake a shoe, bake a shoe. Waka to mandani. Kutu bake a shoe. Mwana wa region 5. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors.
Judge.
Thank you so much. They say we're African warriors, eh?
Yes.
Yes, in Malawi we say kipata moto means more fire, more fire, more fire. So I bring you greetings from the warm heart of Africa, Malawi, and I bring you greetings from the youth of Malawi who are excited for the Region 5 games that are starting. I will try to be within the 5 minutes, but since the moderator has been giving everybody more, she must treat me equally and not discriminate, right? Yes, exactly. So, in terms of Malawi, in terms of our policies, our sports policy is outdated currently and it's being reviewed. But what we want to do in that review is to ensure that women and girls are highlighted as a priority, because the gender policy already does that. The National Equalization of Persons with Disabilities policy already does that, and it puts sports as one of the priority areas for ourselves. The National Youth Policy that we have also puts sports as an issue, and women and girls are highlighted in that one. If you go to the National Education Policy, it does talk about physical education, but it doesn't mention anything about the prioritization of women or girls in terms of sports, but it does ensure that it highlights that the Ministry of Youth and Sports has to be critical in all the education curricular development as well as educational issues that go with it. So that's one of our policy issues. Now, you will excuse me, a lot of the pictures will have me in it. I'm not doing it on purpose, but I just wanted to highlight to you one simple issue. If you're going to have one message, it should be consistent throughout. And when we were talking about yesterday, the brand that you do is the brand that must be. Yes. So my brand is to promote women and girls. So if you see pictures of me, if a message is coming in, it will be about promoting women and girls, especially right now as I sit and chair the Women and Sports. So despite the fact that things that if you're having a graduation, you're talking on your social media, anything that has sports related, and it includes women and girls, always highlighted. I think Stan and the team always get frustrated with me because I will always tag them on Facebook or Twitter when I'm promoting something about sports in Malawi. But I wanted to just highlight one thing about the national gender policy that we currently have. As I said, it doesn't specifically mention sports, but the underscoring of women and girls is very important because it says gender is a mainstreaming issue. So it does not matter which sector you're in, you must ensure that the concept of gender is highlighted. And it says leadership and empowerment are critical areas for ensuring gender equality is achieved. And the National Children's Policy says the same thing, because a number of the people that we look after fall within the children category. And it also says girls must be highlighted as a matter of vulnerability, issues of discrimination, as well as stigmatization. In terms of research, like a number of our countries, there's been no national research that has been done, but there have been research done by various people. But that is not national enough. It needs to be national to highlight the issues that are necessary. So Malawi is planning, if the Sports Council and the ministry are very good to me, and the rest of the women leadership in sports to give us funding, to do a research on what factors are actually influencing women not to be in leadership positions, but also why women, not a lot of women are participating and what is making them drop out. We've also used the material and the resources from the Women Leadership Program to actually influence this kind of research, because some of the issues that have been highlighted throughout that programming are very important issues for research. In terms of capacity development, I think a number of us are very proud of the Women Leadership Program. And as the Women in Sports Committee of the AUC Region 5, we can tell you that this is one of our babies that we want to ensure everybody achieves. 2,000 leaders created in the next, how many years? Oh, I thought we were supposed to integrate this. How many years? 10. 200 per country. And if you look at us, for Malawi, for this first cohort, we had invited 30, 8 fell off, but we graduated 22. For us, that was amazing. We have 2 more added. So when we don't want any to drop out of this year. We want all 30 that we have this year to graduate. What we are happy with our capacity development is, despite the funding that came through TAFISA through the Region 5, our National Sports Council put in counterpart funding. And it's incredibly important that counterpart funding is put into the program. This arrangement is also available for us for the second cohort. But what I want to highlight to you is what this program has done for Malawi. Out of this program, our COO for Region 5 is one of the mentors. We also want to highlight that 2 of our members are doing so well that one will coach the Region 5 netball, and one is coaching volleyball and netball. So you can imagine, from our mentees, 2 are already working and showing leadership skills. We have 1 mentee who is heading the under-20 national football team for the girls. So you can imagine, we are so proud of our mentees, and we're happy that results are immediate. Yes. And I think that's something that can be celebrated for any person when you see your leadership skills coming in the minute the kids finish their courses. And finally, I wanted to also highlight that 2 of the mentees are working in the National Sports Academy that has been achieved. They're very passionate. One of them is very passionate about tennis, and she does amazing work. And she's like, when we were graduating, she's like, sitting with me, she's like, I want us to do a project before the end of the year. We have to do a project at the end of the year. Can I come see you when you're back from this? I said, you can. Because they're so excited about the work that they're doing. I think that's necessary. We must ensure that we keep the excitement and we help them achieve those things. Our second cohort is on the way. We hope to finish it by 2023. So we're now selecting this next 30 to undertake this particular Women Leadership Program. In terms of capacity development as well, the National Youth Service targets both male and female athletes in terms of national service. But right now, for the what Parliament is about to approve, that they also add income generation. Because one of the things you realize that athletes need to have an income in order to be able to participate in sports. And this is one of the things that we're very excited about and looking forward to. The Malawi Olympic Committee has involved women and girls in their capacity development. I should be proud to say they do have a safeguarding policy. And this year, from June 2022, they've been undertaking trainings on that. Yes, wait up. As I said, we're holding Region 5. This is going to be also an opportunity for us to capacity develop. You've already heard that technical people are going to do a lot of development in terms of anti-doping and safeguarding. But our volunteers are being trained on the 15th of October, and that is also a very big capacity development issue for us. And we know there are more, Paralympics is also doing another development. So we are using this platform for capacity development. But I wanted to highlight some very fundamental issues in terms of, especially from a policy level. Our local organizing committee has 30% women. We've reached our target in terms of the SADC and Region 5. Our secretariat is headed by a female. Our COO is female. She's here, she's at the back. Lusungu, take a bow. That's our COO. And lastly, if you look at the EXCO in terms of the top management, we are at 50% in terms of the secretariat. I cannot talk about capacity development without addressing the issue that we do have challenges. Funding is always going to be problematic, and it's haphazard. And as such, it's very difficult to plan how much you can do it, except with the Women and Leadership Program, but we need more for safeguarding. We've talked about human rights violation. We've talked about technical issues. All that needs funding. So we need to ensure that we do it more planned, we get more funding, and it's also coordinated. If you go to advocacy, we talk about inclusion. One of the things that we do as Malawi is we do not do things without we do not do a lot of our things without everybody involved. If you look at that picture, that was in commemoration of 16 days of activism, and we ensured everybody participated, whether you are a person without disability or a person with disability in the walk, and it was amazing to see. See, I told you she would discriminate against me. She's telling me it's time. I'm almost done, don't worry. What we want to highlight is National Sports Council has calls for a desk office for women in all the associations, but they're also advocating that more women get into the executive board memberships and all those things. Parasports has an advocacy program in the schools where they deal with stigma, as well as highlighting the issue of inclusion, as well as for learners and communities. And that for us is something that's amazing. As I said, you'll see a lot of me. As I said, I use every opportunity. The thing about advocacy is you never have a platform all the time. You create your own platforms. If a person is talking to me about a women leadership program issue, where they just like, it was a graduation, for instance, I will talk about the leadership issue, which is what you saw in the first newspaper. This was another training for women leadership issue, and I thought I wanted to talk about safe sports. I talked about the women leadership issue, but I also wanted to highlight something that's very, very important for women and girls, which was safe sport, and that's what you see in that particular headline. So we must use every opportunity that we have, whether it's your social media, whether it's your professional platforms. My LinkedIn has links to all the sports things that I'm doing, and LinkedIn is a professional issue as opposed to more a social media issue, as opposed to my Facebook page. But you will find I have put issues about sports on my LinkedIn, and people have commented on it. And it's an important source of advocacy and an important source of lobbying. So use every platform. Lastly, on advocacy, as I said, every platform is necessary. This is the sports awards, but what this has done is, if you notice, there were a lot of women who were actually awarded. Using that as a platform for advocating for more women is absolutely important. And that's what this particular issue, you see more women highlighted in those pictures, and it's deliberate. You must highlight the things that women are doing great, so that other women can see it. So that is all I had. I just wanted to highlight one single thing. In making sure that we highlight the women and the girls that are there, it's important to highlight the females, the pioneers, the record breakers. This girl was one of the first female cricketer when the program started, when cricket started in Malawi in 2017. And she was profiled internationally. And I want you to see her, that look at her smiling face, wearing her cricket gear, and that's the next generation of female leaders that we want. That's the next generation of sports leaders we want. Thank you all.
Wow, thank you, Judge Z, mainly for the dance and the song. But for stealing our time, I will not speak. Thank you. Can we call upon Namibia to give their presentation?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Sitting there is so nice, but being here is so tough. May I call all the Namibian people, please? Women, can you come and support me here? Namibian ladies, come and support me here. This is not so easy. All right, while they are coming, that's a Namibian group. Yeah, some can come here, some, as long as you are some okay.
Okay, no, you can go.
Spread. Some sit there. All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Rauha Haipinge, okay, one of the directors in, of NAWISA in Ausc region. As Namibia has 14 regions, and each region has those we call directors that are spearheading the women in sport agenda. Do I know how to operate this?
The green one? The green one. Green.
Green. Okay. All right. As I said, the 14 women that are spearheading the women in sport agenda, represented by these women in front of you here, we managed to have at least 9 of them from 9 regions. And our most policy we are aims to prevent gender-based violence in sport, promotion of participation of women and girls in sport of all abilities, promotion of women for women in sport, as well as empowerment of women and girls in sport. Normally, we are on gender issue to make sure that all women in all corners of the country are participating in sport. The programs that we engage in are leadership training in sport of all abilities, development of traditional games. You know, we have, apart from netball, soccer, whatever, we have our traditional games that we also promoting. We are also engaging in agricultural training in vegetable growing for a healthy nations, and also we are promotion of participation in National Healthy Working Day at all levels. And those are some of the achievements on those nice pictures, as you can see. Those are women participating in sport in our region. That is Omaheke, that is Sina standing there, and our forces. That is Ohangwena, another International Women's Days that took place on the 5th of March. We have also partnered with NAMSO, whereby 12 women from 6 regions were trained and awarded on sport leadership and management. And we are also engaging in talent identification from the grassroots levels for both boys and girls. Those are also some of the achievements. Those are the certificates awarded to women who participate in TAFISA's online workshop. That is Oloide Mukulu and Senator Banelo. They are here. Okay, the challenges. No. Before, let me go back. Before, we want to give credit to our women. Beatrice Maselingi, we know her, she ran all along with Mboma, as well as Hilaria Johannes. And just yesterday on our NB Sport, and very big achievements Miriam has. Our former Brave graduate player, coach, and the CAF Technical Development Committee member, we know her, Jacqueline Spaga, has been appointed to the position of FIFA technical expert. She's the first woman. She's the first woman to serve in that capacity, with effect from 1st September. Give her another round of applause, please. That is a very big achievement to Namibia and to the region. All right, the challenges is there's no way in life where you go like there's no challenges. So NAWISA was created by the government of the Republic of Namibia with the sole purpose of promoting gender equality, empowerment and women and girls in sport, training and promotion. So the government used to fund our women's sport project or NAWISA. However, reason known, we don't know, the funding was been suspended, causing the retroaction of sport gender and sport development in the specific projects. So we still have communication, transport and road problems to reach out. The media coverage is some also candidates also reporting. Lack of community sport facilities, these are some of the challenges. And also private sponsorship success require great mileage from sporting activity, which our project provides minimal of it. And for future, so the life, let's say the life of women in sport in Namibia is affected by the withdrawal of the sponsorship from the government. And I think this is where we need to do the research on what happened, so that we can secure funds in future. And so the future of women in sport in our country is very threatened by the current economic situation. The way forward, and I think that is the advocacy came in, for us to move forward with our project, we need to engage in the introspection of the approach of women development, whereby we need to learn, to have knowledge and skills on how to fundraise, to maximizing our awareness, mobilize our stakeholders in sport, including the public sector. And I think my 5 minutes, I'm done with it. Thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you, Namibia. Can we quickly have Zambia?
Thank you, my girls.
Zambia.
South Africa.
Okay, while Zambia is preparing, let's have South Africa, our host. South Africa.
Thank you very much.
You can start.
Can I just use this one?
Yes, please.
It's on now. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry guys, I don't have a song or... I just want to manage your expectations early. Yeah, it's a privilege to be able to report on some of the work that's happening in South Africa around the gender space. I think the first thing we will report is that we participated in the Commonwealth Games this year, brought back 27 medals, and 14 of those medals are from women. So women brought back the majority. Thanks. We also got historical medals for a female boxer, which never happened before, as well as a gold and bronze in female judo, which has never happened before, as well as a gymnastics medal, which was the first for South Africa as well. In addition to that, 2023 is going to be a very busy year for women's sport in South Africa. We'll be hosting the Indoor Hockey World Cup in Pretoria, the Netball World Cup in Cape Town. We'll be hosting the Cricket Under-19 in Potchefstroom and Benoni, as well as the Senior T20 Women's Cricket World Cup in Gqeberha, Paarl, and Cape Town. And we'll also be hosting the Table Tennis World Championships. It's also fitting to announce that the leadership of SASCOC consists of 7 females, which is a 60%, which is the first in the history of the organization where we've exceeded the 50%. Further to that, all our committees and commissions also sit with 50% representation, as well as having a woman CEO as well as a woman COO. Right, some of the key strategic areas for us are to increase the participation of women and girls, and that's looking at ensuring that our Operation Excellence program focuses on the inclusion of participation for young women and women who are in the high-performance sports programs. We also are looking to ensure that we safeguard our partnerships with our key stakeholders, such as our government, such as UN Women, UNICEF, etc., and to build a good collaborative process in building women in sport in the country. We are also big custodians of mentorship as well as succession planning, and as we've already stipulated, some of that has materialized in how we were able to elect in the last 2 years, and how we are going to be electing going forward, which resulted as well in a number of legislative changes in terms of our constitutions as well as the constitutions of all sports federations in the country. In terms of education and advocacy and awareness, we have one of the core things that we have done is to change the name of our commission from the Women in Sports Commission to the Gender Commission to allow us to add the elements of SOGIESC issues. For those who do not know, SOGIESC issues refers to sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, as well as sex characteristics. Right, so we are in the process of establishing a research study team to assist us in understanding the discussion around transgender athletes and the inclusion of transgender athletes, as well as discussions around inclusion of athletes with sex variations. Right, so we are going to be engaging in that research and study. We have, of course, learned our lesson, a very famous lesson around Caster Semenya, have policies and a position as a country, as a region, as well as a continent on these matters, which disproportionately affect Black African women more than anybody else. Right, what didn't I mention? I mentioned research. Policy, we are also part of the program with government in ensuring that the women in sports policy is drafted. We have recently hosted town hall discussions where we invited every single federation in the country to participate in the collaborative and the consultative process around the policy, and we hope that we can reach finality on that in time, and that it will encompass a number of the strategic directions and the activities that we'd like it to achieve in terms of the delivery of gender in sport, and particularly the delivery of women in sport. We're also looking for sport to become a career pathway, particularly for women, either in the sectors of athleticism or medical, high performance, coaching, etc., and administration. So we are looking to ensure that those career pathways are also something that we look towards. In terms of participation at the last Olympic Games, we had about 118 men and 64 women participating. These are the areas that we are looking to improve upon, is to increase the participation of women. We did, however, have the most transformed team to participate in the Commonwealth Games for South Africa, having the highest number of para-athletes as well as women to have participated in those games for Team South Africa. We have also, in the management side, we had 62 male coaches and 31 female coaches, and only 3 sports were without women, and that was rowing, rugby, and football. This was for the Olympic Games in Tokyo. In terms of the Para Games, we had 19 males and 15 females, and then in the management, we had 11 males, 11 females, which was a 50-50 split on the management of the Paralympic Games. So, yep, that is the position of South Africa currently and the report that we can give on the work that we are undergoing, a number of successes and a number of work of areas we still have to improve on. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Wow. You really have to work and represent the region well when you host all those big tournaments in this region, and neighboring countries, Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique. Can we do something and try to support South Africa as they have this opportunity to host such prestigious events? Welcome, Madam Zambia.
Hello, my dear.
Thank you. May you take over.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mary Sakala from National Sports Council and Zambia country representative. I will just, how do I green? The green, okay. I will just go to the highlights for lack of time. I go back. Okay, I'll go back to, in terms of policy development, the Zambian, the Zambian National Sports Policy, in which the WIS is enshrined, advocates for holistic, enabling environment, in which our women and girls should discover and enhance their potential, just like their male counterparts. It also provides for a framework for gender inclusiveness, sport programs at all levels, equitable provision of services to sport and women to bridge the participation gap. It also advocates for zero tolerance against all forms of discrimination against women and girls, and affirms actions aimed at promoting women and girls' participation in sport. In terms of capacity building, we've continued our implementing the following programs. The Women Leadership Program, in which we have the mentorship program, gender mainstreaming, and financial management. An example of the Women Leadership Program, I think we are one of the first countries which did this program, because our first cohort graduated in 2021 February, and we graduated 20 mentees who were drawn from national federations and national and sports NGOs. Thank you. In terms of advocacy, raising awareness on gender-based violence in sport, we are raising awareness on gender-based violence in sports through what we are calling CBIM, the coaching of boys into men. This advocates for positive attitude and behaviors among athletes and coaches towards women. The country, through the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Art, in collaboration with the Zambia Center for Communication Program, also known as Kwatu, has also developed a CBIM coaches instruction manual and made it compulsory for all coaches across all sporting disciplines to undergo the training. In addition, the CBIM training has been incorporated in the soon-to-be-offered short courses for coaches and administrators at our University of Zambia. In terms of research, a research was done by NIF and NOCZ. In 2019, we followed up on that and carried on the research that revealed perpetuation of sexual and other gender abuses in NFCs. To this end, through the different stakeholders, we have been undertaking interventions aimed at curbing the vices, and CBIM is one of the interventions. And the country is currently monitoring the effects of CBM which has revealed that there's actually been an improvement in the behavior of the boys. They are aware of how to treat the girls and in their communities, and they are treating them better, and they've got a change of attitude towards the women. Challenges, just like any other country went through, COVID was one of them, but the main ones were inadequate policies, policy provisions, inadequate policy programs and activities, and inadequate funding to carry out the key developmental programs. However, despite the challenges, we had a few achievements. There's been an increase in the participation of women in sport in our country. A lot of associations and federations are taking part in the regional and confederation competitions, and it's picking up, and we are getting there. In addition, our Zambia national soccer team, the current Zambia women national soccer team are the current COSAFA champions, and they came third at the WAFCON and came out with a bronze medal. And in addition to that, we had 2 young girls who were given titles during the chess Olympiads held in India in August 2022. Our future plans. We'll need to have a baseline on how many women are taking up leadership programs in local sports federations and associations. And as you know, I think countrywide, there's a tendency of women shining away from key positions in the national federations. And we carried out just a quick survey to find out, for the National Sports Council, we have 53 federations and associations, and out of which only less than 20% have women leaders in them. So we want to carry out that and look at it comprehensively and come up with a study. We're also going to conduct capacity building programs through seminars and workshops. And in doing this, we are going to collaborate with our key stakeholders, such as National Olympic Committee, Paralympic Committee, sports NGOs like NAUSPA, and the gender desk under the ministry, under the government. We are also going to roll out the Women for Women program. We're still identifying key women leaders who are going to start up this project. And our target area would be the rural areas. We want to start with the rural areas to increase the girls' and women participation in physical activities and sports. It's not coming up. Okay, in conclusion, I just wanted to mention that the WIS Zambia has recently constituted a new technical committee working group, which is comprised of the ministry, one person from the Ministry of Youth and Sport, 2 from National Sports Council, myself and the board member, and 1 from National Olympic Committee, 1 from Paralympic Committee, 2 from the sports NGOs, include EduSport and NAUSPA, and 6 from the national federations and associations. The mandate of the new committee is to develop a framework and a plan of action for the remainder of the term. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zambia. Thank you for your presentation. And please, member countries, remember, after this, we are going to concentrate on the Kazan plan and work on our reports. Then we send them through to the region by the end of this month. That's October. Allow me shortly to go through the Zoom presentation, though I would have loved someone to do it. But this is what's there. I will check it on. I knew you were all going to do that. Ooh. This is not fair. You are saying 5, she is saying 3, so I will add 5 and 3 to make them 8. Okay, on a very serious note, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe is being guided by its constitution that is very clear on gender equality in all spheres of life. Why am I saying so? The government of Zimbabwe has trusted the female minister, the permanent secretary, the director, and other directors in the ministry, including the director of sport and recreation, who is amongst us today, Dr. Eugenia Chitakwa. You know her better. They are all women who are very passionate and advocating for sport and recreation activities in the country. So all our policies and acts are aligned to the Constitution, and to make matters simpler, these acts are being reviewed to make sure they accommodate the issue of gender equalities in the country. And a number of acts that are being reviewed include the Sport and Recreation Act, to look at the empowerment of women in relation to capacity building, the Gender Act, achievement of gender equality, the Zimbabwe National Boxing and Control Board Act did not allow women to do boxing, but now our boxers, our female boxers, are doing wonders in the ring, thanks to the government for enabling that to happen. We also have the Disability Act that has to do with the integration of persons with disabilities. Moving on to the policy issues in Zimbabwe, we have the National Sport and Recreation Policy that helps to cement the government's vision towards sport. We have selection policy. Whenever we are having female athletes on the team, it's a must that we should have female team management in that team again. We also have the safe and inclusion policy. The issues of safeguarding have been a chorus at this conference, and I'm happy to announce to you that Zimbabwe is doing well on that, and the policy is in place, and this also allows women to participate in sport in a safe, inclusive, and enjoyable environment, free from any forms of abuse and harassment. Can I also comment on the issue of the sexual harassment issue that the CEO has spoken about? Zimbabwe took a stance. They do all the procedures. The issues were investigated, sent through the proper channels. FIFA responded. And now the Zimbabwe Gender Commission has taken it further to call those culprits on board for investigations and further steps to be taken. And very soon we will join hands with the Zimbabwe Gender Commission to embark on a sexual harassment campaign awareness. So we will be updating you. We also have the colors policy, where all outstanding teams, when they do better, they have the opportunity to meet the head of state for recognition, just as our netball team did wonders. They qualified for the World Cup for the second time again, and they all went to meet the president. The issue that is so pleasing in Zimbabwe is that there is a bit of increased number in participation for women, whether it's in leadership and in participation. This is just a summary to say 54% men against 46% women. It's almost 50-50, and if you give us 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we will be 50-50 or 60-40 or 70-30 very soon. This is just statistics. Ladies and gentlemen, you are rushing me. I also want to rush you. So Zimbabwe is developing an integrated sport management system through human capital and skills training, helping women to ascend to commanding heights. As I told you before, our director, our minister, our permanent secretary, and quite a number of other female leaders that are doing well. Some have been trusted to lead the Bali Games. Some have been appointed chairpersons of different boards, some full board members of the IOC. The list is quite endless. I can talk to you tomorrow. Okay, women are trained in various programs from solidarity, Olympic solidarity, sport admin, gender leadership, life skills, event management, drug abuse, all sorts of things, and we are actually raising from 15% to 39% in terms of women participation in capacity building programs That was our first cohort graduation for the WLP. And we also launched the second one. And we also had various trainings, even for safeguarding, that was done by the Zimbabwe Olympic Committee. And we are happy because we have one of the members in the house from our National Olympic Committee, Ms. Memory Pakati. She's also here. And the first cohort for the WLP had 18 graduates. 2 of them were mentored by the great patients, one of them a man and another a woman, Mr. Stanley Mtoya, our CEO, and Ms. Hame Motibi. She mentored one of the ladies who is also doing well, and one of the mentees has been seconded to the ZIFA restructuring committee that you had or read in the multiple. Our mentees are doing well. Some of them trusted to be team managers and coaches for the Malawi games that are coming. Some also took part in the Lesotho games. And to add on to this, we have so many people who had acquired some highest degrees and philosophies in whatever, various degrees. But I am happy, ladies and gentlemen, to announce to you that for the first time in Zimbabwe, we have a woman who have achieved a PhD in sport management. Not sport coaching or science, but in sport management. And that woman is amongst us, Dr. Eugenia Chidagwa. Please wave or stand up so that the region can see you. It means our government is supporting us a lot and we get so inspired. We have ongoing mental health awareness programs spearheaded by the First Lady of our country and the drug awareness, which are immensely contributing to the women populace in sport. Ladies and gentlemen, so many achievements. I will try to summarize, though it's tough, but I will try. Some will speak for themselves. Yes, I'm finishing. I hope it won't take me 2 hours. Our minister, you know about her. She rose from the pool to be appointed a minister. An achievement that has never happened in Zimbabwe. And she's doing well because these changes in the policies and acts are being pushed by her and her team. So we are so proud to have her as one of us because she knows it all from an athlete perspective to now a minister perspective. I spoke about Dr. Chidakwa, who is leading again in advocating for change in women participation. Good morning, Cape Town, our netball team. Those pictures will speak for themselves. I will not waste my voice on that. You saw the dance. We could have called, but you saw the dance. It happened. We enjoyed, we celebrated. Then I spoke about the appointment of female chairpersons in various boards. We have our young swimmer, Donata. She took part in Tokyo. She's also heading for the FINA World Championships to happen next year. We have another young lady from triathlon who is doing well. We also have some from rugby, cricket. Cricket were at the World Cup qualifiers recently and they came third. Unfortunately, they did not qualify. But one of the good news is that the youngest player in that team was voted the highest wicket taker. And she's in this country at the moment with the under-19s because she's so good. Kelly Sinlovu. She's so happy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our female officials who are doing wonders in the continent. We have Precious Pazani, a referee in rugby. She took part at the Men's World Cup, not only Females World Cup, but it was Men's World Cup. And we have another one from basketball. Her name is Joyce. We call her Jordan because she used to play like Jordan. She's Joyce Muchena. She recently officiated at the World Cup that happened in Australia. So women in Zimbabwe are really doing wonders. And one of the mentees, again, from the Albinism Dare to Dream initiatives, arranged and organized the Tafisa Walk, where the director also graced the occasion. You know, our mentees are also doing well. Then our rugby participated at the All Africa tournament in Tunisia. And we have the tertiary games, the female teams from basketball and volleyball. They represented the country very well. Beach volleyball, again, they did wonders. Ladies and gentlemen, I said I can talk and talk and talk. Those pictures speak for themselves. And we have our young tennis player again, Kudzaicha Pepa. She's going to participate in the All Africa Tennis Championships in Egypt because she is top 8. And our female leader from Special Olympics has been nominated in their international board, which means a lot is happening in Zimbabwe through the support that we are getting from the government, the region, and Tafisa. Ladies and gentlemen, I spoke about the boxing queens, I spoke about netball, I spoke about all that. Allow me to conclude, though I still want to go on. We successfully held our Women in Sport Festival in Bikita, Mashingo. And Madam Vice President came, Madam Wiss South Africa came, a representative from the region came, so we were so blessed to have you guys. You supported us, well done. We will not stop. We will continue pinching and pinching till we all get there. That was the Tafisa Walk, held by one of our mentees, and we supported her. In conclusion, there is no country without challenges, as my colleague from Namibia said. We are just trying to push because we are still facing hurdles in opportunities to ascend to commanding heights. You know, these men, they want us closer, but at times they also fear if we take the lead, we can change the world forever. But anyway, out of the 62 registered sport associations in Zimbabwe, only 8 are led by men, and we are trying to push that we become closer to that. Then we are fighting also to get more women outside sport to participate in sport activities. We are happy that we have won the media fraternity. We have some of the media women in a number of sporting organizations. So we are pushing future plans for We Zimbabwe, lobby for feasible initiatives to confer equal opportunities for women in sport, mainly at decision-making levels, increased capacity building programs, advanced sponsored programs, scholarships for excelling women. We're also lobbying for regional exchange programs for our mentees. After graduation, then we can post them to Lesotho and Eswatini. Then the list is endless. The list is endless. All this has been made possible by the tremendous support we are getting from our government. Thanks to the government of Zimbabwe and region. Thank you. Oh, this is why I wanted someone to do this. Allow me, as I take a breather, to call upon 2 powerful women who inspire me and others a lot, who are going to take us through safeguarding sport. That is Dr. Lombwe and Malewo. I am leaving the floor to you, my dear ladies. Thank you.
All right, can you hear us fine? So Malevo and I, we just wanted to speak a little bit about what has been going on more at regional level since we've heard from the individual countries. So we now also wanted to say there are several things that are done from a collective perspective and that are set up to support the individual countries. And one of the priority areas that keeps coming up from each one who's presented here is on the topic of safeguarding. So maybe Malevo can start us off. What does safeguarding and protection mean? Because we don't want to take it for granted that everybody here and online is on the same page as to what that means.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen who are present here. In brief, the safeguarding is about the safety of all, not only individuals, not only athletes, but the safety of all in sport, so as to give a safe environment that all of us can be able to enjoy the games. So the reason why we wanted to come up here to share with you is the concern from the question or the comment that was made to say the region is not, I will not say doing anything. I can't remember what the comment was, but the region is doing all it can to ensure that we are all safe. That's why we have a program through the Norwegian Olympic Committee and with the task team that we have to try to share and to ensure that we do the trainings around Africa and even beyond to share what we have and what we can be able to assist. And with the task team, we targeted the games instead, because everybody was covering the safeguarding, but did not cover the games. So we realized that the games is where everything happens. The abuse starts from the preparations within your countries, through the selection of using or manipulating the system to pick your athletes, and abuse of athletes happen that time, not only while they are at the games. So it originates from there. So that's what we are trying to share and train you. Hence, every time when the games are on, we go and train from the LOC, we train the volunteers, and we noted from all the games that we have hosted around Africa that the volunteers are more abused than any other. And we talk about emotional abuse, physical abuse, any other abuse that you can think of. So the region is covering that, and we are trying to ensure that everybody feels safe, because we are losing women athletes, we are losing the volunteers through this abuse. There's competition manipulation, there's match fixing that we are involved with, there's drug abuse that we are involved with. So with the safeguarding, we don't only cover the harassment and abuse, we cover everything to do with anything that can make the game unsafe. So in brief, that is that. If you need any explanation towards what we have covered within the region, we can share with you. But the most other concern one, I think when a professor will be coming down, is when we have this initiative of doing the research, we don't get that support from you. I remember I was personally calling some of you to try to answer the call for the researchers, and we struggle to get that information. And by you not answering the questions, by not you contributing to what is happening within your country, then we will be unable to reach and protect the athletes and volunteers, even yourselves, because it doesn't only happen in those two, but even through the administrators. There's a lot of abuse that is happening in sports. Thank you.
And Malevo, one other thing I think that we would also highlight is it's not just the education and training going on for the various stakeholders, apart from athletes, volunteers, and administrators, but it's also in making sure that as an issue, that safeguarding, protection from violence, and all of this remains on the agenda of policymakers. That at a regional level, when you have your Council of Ministers convening, you've got your heads of national sports councils or Women and Sport Commission or the Technical Commission or any element of the AUSC5, that safeguarding and protection is somehow addressed. So it could be policies, it could be guidelines, it could be games rules, it could be all of those things, that we are using all the resources and mechanisms available to the region to address any risks and vulnerabilities that are there in the space of sport. So when we move into the next session around research and around the action planning, would like you to continue this discussion where we reflect on what is it that is being done at regional level that we are aware of or not aware of, and also to reflect on why are we not aware of these things and what else do we need to happen. We also should address what can be done at regional level and be more impactful. And also, what is it that would be more impactful if it's taken down from regional action, from the regional office and done locally per member country? So we have to think through these things. It's also been the work of the regional office to consider who else can be a stakeholder and a resource. Because, you know, governments are not just focusing on sport, they are also focusing holistically on the well-being of citizens. So what is going on with the SADC and the agenda protocol, which also includes an element around gender violence and all of that, and therefore how can we connect that to sport? Some listed, I think it was Zimbabwe and South Africa working with the gender commissions and gender ministries. So there are all those areas that can also have regional implications. So we wanted to just provoke you as we continue the conference to consider these elements and to not forget what the mandate of the region is as we think about what it is that we should do. Thank you so much.
Yes, there's also the training that we'll be doing for Malawi, and we will ask for your assistance because whoever you are going to be assigning to your teams need to have done that training. So without that training, just tell them that we will not accept them. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Can we give them a hand of applause? Wow, it has been a busy day. I think the first speaker in the morning said day is going to be very hectic, and for sure it is, but time has to be managed. We are going to break for lunch, then we come back at exactly 1400 hours as we continue. Sorry? Okay, maybe we can add 15 minutes, 20 minutes. There we will not negotiate further. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back by 2:20. That's 14:20. So may we break for lunch. We enjoy our lunch as we prepare for the last session of the day. Thank you.
To the 10th edition of the Region 5 Youth Games, igniting the African dream. Welcome to Malawi, the warm heart of Africa.
Dumela. They're bringing the heat. Region 5 on fire. They're bringing the heat. Daddy's a football on fire. Beke shoe, beke shoe. Watu tumandani. Kutu beke shule. Mwana wa Malawi. Beke shoe, beke shoe. Watu tumandani. Kutu beke shule. Mwana wa Region 5. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors. African warriors, warriors. We are warriors, warriors.
I hope and trust we all had a good lunch and we are raring to go, full of energy. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we are going to have a presentation from a professor at the University of Johannesburg, who is the director of the UJ Olympic Studies Center and holds a doctorate in human movement studies and one in social anthropology. She is the current of the South African University Physical Education Association and serves on multiple international journal editorial boards. She has just completed a regional research project for the African Union Sport Council, Region 5, entitled Gender Participation and Leadership in Sport in Southern Africa, the 2021 study. Ladies and gentlemen, the woman I am about to introduce to you is one veteran by the name Professor Cora Barnett Law. She is going to present gender survey report. Over to you,
Thank you. Thank you. I must just say, you are a very daunting audience, because I just had a keynote at the FISA International Conference in Slovenia, and there were people from 150 people from 50 countries, but none so daunting as you women, because I saw you guys dancing last night on heels I've never seen in my life. So, not only are you brave, you are very, very, very skillful. Secondly, I can tell you, any man that comes in here will be rewired within an hour. So, we can just let you loose on them. We sorted. I am glad I'm in your camp. Anyway, so yeah, it's about the study that I did, and thank you for Region 5 to consider me to do this, because I'm always in the back room doing research, staring at stats, wonder what they tell me, and thank you for interpreting a lot of the stats for me. I will go back and rewrite some of the sections. So my presentation, what I will do, is about, first of all, I give you some background, and there you can see the pictures. There were 6 sports, and in the 2013 study, there were 5. So we added netball to the mix, and that was a kind of challenging sport to add, because it just ruined all the stats from 2013, which is a good thing. So I will just talk about the research, and then they talked about participation in the 2013 study, but it also includes coaching and officiating. And then leadership, obviously, and talking about recommendations, which you added today a lot. So first of all, it was based on the baseline that was published in 2014, but it was actually conducted on the numbers of 2013. And then you came up with a gender action plan, and we still stayed with the same countries: Lesotho, Malawi, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And Botswana was so kind to act as a pilot. I mean, imagine, they didn't get the stats back, but 4 of them participated as a pilot. So the sports was athletics, basketball, boxing, football, and judo. That was like, when you test inflation, you put some stuff in the basket. So this was our inflation basket. And then we added netball for the 2021 study. But what we added from the 2013 research, and it was done by the Norwegians, and Kari Fasting was my president when I was vice president for the International Sociology of Sport Association, and I never knew that it was like a PhD. I promise you, it was like hectic for me. So I had to first go through the ethical clearance, then I had to add COVID effects, then I have to get 2019 stats, 2020 stats, 2021, and see what the averages are. So it was quite complicated for me. And then I have to come up with recommendations, but instead of coming up by myself, I ask people, what do you recommend? It's an easier way to get stats is to ask people the question. And then obviously I had interviews, and then I had the representatives for the study, government, NOCs, NSFs, and SASCOC. What was excluded was not on purpose excluded because we thought that people with disabilities, athletes with disabilities, deserve a special study just on them, not as an added on 10 or 15 pages. And currently the bigger report is about 139 pages. But it would not do justice because that cohort of athletes and coaches, etc., is so, I would say, special in that sense that they deserve a study and a full report on themselves. So hopefully that is in the pipeline, and that study should, I think, be part of the priorities for the research to be delivered. Okay, then the main research questions that I took the same ones for 2013, is what was the state and status of girls and women pertaining leadership and participation, including coaching and officiating. Then the second question is, what were the targets? Did they meet any targets? Did they have targets, and did they meet them? And then what happened at different levels in Region 5, and then the recommendations and the actions. But if you look at the past 7 international women in sport conferences, the words are change, change, action, action, and we're still where we are. So I don't know whether we have to invent some new words, or we have to take heart on what we actually say. So when you do research, you can either go from one discipline, or you can say, let us, and that is like fruit. So you have an apple and a pear and whatever, that's one discipline. But this is complex. So you say, maybe I do interdisciplinary research. It's like fruit salad. But then you say, no, it's even more complex than that. Maybe I should do multidisciplinary research. And then you get, okay, so if you go disciplinary research, multidisciplinary, your food salad, and then your interdisciplinary is like a smoothie. But then you mix all of them and you come up with a pudding. So I'm presenting you a kind of pudding here. And in 2004, I remember my first assignment for gender studies was I went to my government and they said, Cora, you have to do an impact assessment on what changed because of 10 years of democracy. That was my brief. How can you give me a brief like that? It was like pudding all over. And the first interview I had to do was with Dr. Patla. He was then CEO or president of the Sports Commission. And I went and they said, Dr. Patla, help me here. We have to make something really nice here. And so I interviewed him, but we designed the questions. And I felt something like this happening here. So first of all, we have to look at equity, and everyone is talking about equality. IOC is very clever to talk about equality because we can put the same things in, but what goes through and what comes out at the other end is equity. But what happens in the middle, a lot of things get filtered and stayed behind. So the first one that we have to talk about is the one of policy development, and I'm so glad that the speakers already talked about policy. I don't have to repeat. Sustainable inclusion, not just inclusion, and also unpacking what is inclusion. On paper in South Africa, we have inclusion in physical education classes. I've just led 9 universities do an impact assessment on physical education school sport. Inclusive, boys and girls together in the class. That is inclusive on paper. It's a disaster in practice because the girls don't want to participate with the boys in some activities. So you're excluding the girls from active participation and full participation and definitely sustainable participation. So we have to unpack in context what is inclusion. And we talked a lot about safe sport. Then increase participation at all levels and also look at eliminate current discrimination practices. So you're going back now after the discussion, you're still awake then, and pick up some issue that you want to discuss. And I think maybe looking at discrimination policy, implementation of the policy, monitoring, evaluation, research, etc., so we get a full circle. Then looking at supporting structures. Now, luckily we've got government people here. But the issue is we cannot always say women's got to make a difference for themselves. They're human beings. Women beings, but human beings. So often we find ourselves trapped in structures that is not conducive for our upward social mobilization. So we cannot operate always within these confines of structures, and only policies and people with the political power and will can change the structural environment. So then we're looking at ensuring implementation, and then looking at resource mobilization. Many of you mentioned the lack of resources. We've got to pull out these collective issues and then apply for, at the regional level, funding. So if we look at the research, the methodology, researchers talk about the methods because we have to tell you how we bake the cake, otherwise you think we're going to have you serve you a chocolate cake and there's a fruit cake. So the NIF, the Norwegians, I consulted with them and said, what did you do in your 2013 study? So that it could be a comparative. And then we adapted from the 2014 study, but in that study, if you go online, Fasting et al. 2014, Southern Africa Sport, you can get it online, they only worked on stats. But for me, I didn't know I was like going into this trouble. They said you also have to do qualitative. So I always had to do interviews, 45 interviews. And I celebrate Solo to do there because she was there for every interview. And you know, load shedding happened in all the countries. So often she would say, well, we've lost connection, but let me phone them. And then I was on Zoom and I was listening to a WhatsApp. We had plans, except for pigeons that can fly with some messages. We had all the other plans for backup. Thank you, Cholo, again. Okay, so we had, then you can see South Africa was not well presented, and somebody did say that people always, they don't think research is important. So it's just another chore. No, I'd rather go and see a sponsor. So South Africa didn't have a good response rate. They only had 5 people actually completing the survey, the online survey. Whereas our neighbors, Lesotho tops, and then the others around 8 and 9, which was nice representative. So in this voice, this choir, South Africa doesn't really have a strong voice in the surveys. So the sports that completed the online survey was athletics, basketball, boxing, judo, netball, and football, and again, many sports. That is a new category. And it's a very significant category because when I sent it was like by default that we discovered that. And I thought, this is a good story that emerges here. So what happened, the people from the NOCs and also from the sports councils, they looked at the averages and they reported on multiple sports, many sports. So if they had 20 sports or 30 sport federations, they reported on the averages from the annual report. So that is for me significant because about 1/3 of them not only covered the 6 sports, but covered a lot of other sports. So you'll see how it actually becomes really significant in our analysis. Okay, now this is the overview of the number of interviewees. Lesotho, 14. They become my favorite country. Then Zimbabwe, 11. And then Zambia, 9. Again, South Africa, unfortunately, they were busy organizing events or something. But they didn't really pitch. But we'll find an excuse for them. But not today. Okay, so then we looked at participation. But look at this. Unfortunately, as a researcher, you have to report what you find. And if it doesn't make sense, you still have to make sense. So if you look at the participation, excluding netball is completely different from the participation including netball. But if you look at the stats, and I will share with you, luckily, the bigger report, netball reported more than 50,000 competitive athletes, participants. Soccer only reported 16,000. So I think the way we think as women, we think every level is a competitive level, school level, and your netball structures are very well structured in the schools. They don't really rely on community clubs. So they're the champions. That's why I said you are an audience of note. So the one interpretation as a research professor, I lectured research methodology for 30 years. So when we want to look at interpretations, we usually tell the students, okay, we've got a grasshopper. Every time you pull out a leg and you say to the grasshopper, jump. After they pulled out the 8th leg, we don't really do it, we just imagine it. You pull out the 8th leg and you say to the grasshopper, jump, and he said, oh, it can't jump. It went deaf. So you can have deaf interpretations, which is not the interpretation. So if you want to say women are really well organizing, 2019, 2020, they dominate with 70% of participation, including netball. So netball is really a very significant sport, but we could say if they organize, imagine what will happen to the stats on the right-hand side. On the right-hand side is the bad news, but it's the reality. Because the soccer people only filled in the online survey to say high elite would be like provincial level, national level competitions. But the netball took it all down to community level or to school level. Okay, so if we look at this, the reality is unfortunately the 90%, let me just get my laser there. This is what we have to look at here and now. So 19.5% are male participants currently in the 5 sports. That's comparatively to the 2014 stats, okay? And we shrunk to purple. And you can look at the 2020, but look, if you have like 20 participants and you work out the percentages, it's misleading. But we had a lot of them actually completing the survey. You can see it's really 23,000, and numbers of athletes that we were reported on. But unfortunately, you could see that the women's participation is really very small. I would say below 10%, below 10%. And that is 1 out of 10. That's not a good one. So if we look at the table, okay, now I need you to, I'm like a math teacher now. I need you just to go awake, otherwise I'll have to ask for an icebreaker and ice. Okay, so bear with me. Okay, now I had to take 2019 and 2020 because COVID mixed up the figures. So if we look at the gender participation in athletics, so we drilled down. So you can go now to the athletics there. And we go down, you can see that in 2019, the male participants were 61.2% and female 38%. But in 2020, the males 75.3% and the females 24%. So there is a significant COVID effect. And I think our stats are better than UNESCO because they just said reduce. We've got the pinpoint here. So UNESCO, listen to us. So we can see that women really were left behind because of COVID. And when I come to the contextual explanations, people will say, yeah, we had 20 of our national players, of our national squad and the provincial squad in a country, I think it was judo and baseball, no, it was basketball, that 20 were teenage pregnant, they're pregnant. Some of them actually really drop out of it. In Zimbabwe, there was an increase in pregnancies. That's why I also like when you say leave no one behind or place behind. Because the rural areas are much more challenging for our girls. But it's bad news, and here we've got the evidence to say women were more affected in athletics. Okay, that's the individual sport. Then we look at basketball. It was bad to start off with. 80% and 19%, 80.05 and 19, it stayed the same as a team sport. Then boxing improved because now they use gender-based violence as a marketing strategy to say, listen, you get your girls out here, we'll teach them how to defend themselves. And parents encourage their girls to go boxing. Imagine that. How clever is that? So boxing increased, and instead of 11%, they had now in 1 year a 10% jump. I think it's quite significant. But now the step, I would say the stepchild, is football. forever football. I was at this Tafisa conference, and then the World Health Organization's representative asked me, what can we organize, what can we talk about for the next FIFA World Cup? I said, I've got a gender agenda. She said, yes, and what do you say? I said, nothing to Qatar, they'll come and burn my house. But the bad news is football is 2.8% female participation across the region. And I know that FIFA allocated to one specific country 500, I think $500,000 for women's sport. And then the gentleman said to me, well, we have to use it here, we have to use it there, and I don't know where it went, but it's 2.8%. Then we look at judo, which also declined a bit. And then obviously, I want you really to make a note, a mental note for this one. Our participation rate for girls for netball is 98.4, 98.8, so it's an average of 98.6%. That's the participation. So now men are saying, why can't we participate? Only in 2019, for the first time, there was a netball tournament that the men could participate for the 3 African countries. I think it was Kenya, Uganda, and South Africa. So we have to make space for all the genders. So now we are sitting, and I'll tell you why I want you to note this one, because they are more representative on coaching level. So we don't let them play, but we let them coach us. So I don't know what we have to do. We have to be better coaches at least. So if we look at that's just participation. So if we look at participation again in team sports, and what is very concerning is school sport is a big challenge. In another study in South Africa, only 45% of our schools are actually linked to leagues, to formal leagues. They are excluded. So if you are a minister of sport, you will say, do I look at school sport as school sport, or is that the domain of the Department of Education, and I look at long-term athlete development? I just look at the pathways from juniors to seniors. But you can see the challenge here with female-only teams. 1 competition, 1 team participated across the countries. Then in 2020, it picked up to 51. But look comparatively between junior and senior. We don't have a base. We don't have a base. And I've got stats now that we actually collected for the gender policy from 35 federations, and it's as bad. So we don't have a pathway from junior to senior across the region in team sports. It's a miracle that we have senior players sometimes. Then individual sports, you can look at, again, senior, female only 4 and 0. And then you look at the total, you can have 5 and 51. Now, if you look at male only, it's much better. The men take care of their junior players and their junior teams. So you look at, okay, it's 3-2, but compared to 1, how did that happen? And then you look at 755 compared to 51. I've never seen such crash stats in my entire life. I've counted it 20 times. So you can see that the big challenge is we haven't got pathway development. So now we know that boxing and judo, they are looking now at junior teams and they select. But can our countries put it on the heads of the federations who work with volunteers to serve a whole country? That is a question that we need to ask. And then we need to have your pathways. Then if you want to have a good chance of getting part of a team, your mixed teams are much better represented in terms of participation. So where your junior for female only was 1 and 51, your mixed teams was 55 and 57. So where boys and girls and men and women play together, the averages were much better for women to take part in. So this is for me also a significant stats. So if you want your daughter to get there, let her do a mixed team event, mixed gender team event. Now this is about the percentage of athletes that participate in 2019 at continental or African events. Again, it's much better. It's not that low. So it seems that in-country stats are much lower. So if we look at athletics, you could see 47.2% were women. I made them purple, not to do pink and blue. And then basketball, 22%. Again, football was 49.4%. And we heard today, it's confirmed, triangulated, that your teams are doing very well. Country teams are doing well. So at that level, it seems that everything is healthy. But when you open it, it's like a corpse of worms down there. So then you look at netball, 100% female only at participation level. They don't have leagues for men yet. Okay, then we look at leadership. Okay, so maybe, are there any questions? Let's just maybe take a question or two or have a suggestion or two when it comes to participation. That we just break it, otherwise you'll get a bit tired. Yes?
Oh, okay. Good day, everyone. Sir, when you speak about participation, right, and when you speak about states, you're talking to me. I do have honors in states, and one of the things that I can safely say is that in national federations, we don't have sports analysts. When we don't have sport analysts, it means that we haphazardly get data. You will request for data, it needs to go to national federations, and it might be randomly given to somebody. It's a link, it's given to me, I'm a coach, yet I might fill up a form that is actually for an athlete. So this is where we have problems. A better way of sorting out that is to have what we call sport analysts, and more overly, when we have sport analysts, what we need to concentrate on is our data system. I would guarantee you, if the same federation, you actually send the same surveys, right now you are going to get a different answer, because there is at no point where federations are keeping what we call safe data. They are not upgraded when it comes to whether athletes, coaches, and every year. You hear that boxing maybe this year has 10 coaches or 10 coaches, national qualified or international qualified. Next year, they say it's 3. How is it possible? Unless somebody has died, and we need to indicate that. So that is one thing. The other one is that we need to have what we call a demo system. A demo system will actually tell us what demographic, we speak in demographic, where are those players coming from? We find out most of the rural athletes are not really represented, or when we go to nationals, most of the participants that are there are not really from the rural area. Then it means we are having a data that is diluted. And also what we need to also have is diversity system. These systems, they all speak to data. Once we break them like that, then we will have a significant adequate data. Other than that, we are going to see numbers changing every year, yet today boxing is doing better. Tomorrow, boxing is saying a different story, and that means there's inconsistency in our data, and it also says we cannot resolve our issues in a better way. Thank you.
So what you're then talking about, you have to address your systemic issues first and foremost at events and in your current sports system within the country. Yes, Nigel?
Hi, Cora. Hazel from Zambia. Just interesting to note when you talk about the pathways. I think a lot of us don't dwell too much on the pathways, but this is the only, in my own view, a very strong way when you talk sustainability. And there's definitely, in most of our countries, I can speak for Zambia, there's definitely a disconnect when we talk about the pathways. How do we get to the point where you start taking your stats? And the aspect of education, who did what and who's responsible for what. And then you're leaving it to a bunch of people who are not supported to provide the information that you're requesting. And how reliable is that information in terms of the numbers in terms of the demographics of the country that you're trying to report on. So as much as we can meet and have great deliberations, we need to ask ourselves really about the stats in terms of the people we're talking about, because there's definitely a disconnect with the pathways in a lot of our countries. I think maybe South Africa could be in a better position. I don't know about the other countries in terms of education and sports, but it's definitely a very big disconnect. So your stats in that aspect, what are they talking to?
So what to take up from what you said is, and I would also support that, there's urgent country-specific research needed, because you can't have a few voices representing a whole region, and then you have a limited number that completed questionnaires. So it's not reliable, and it's not reflective of per country. But if you put the monitoring and evaluation system in place and you report yearly, then your stats should be, I would think, clean, and would show pathways, and there could be good practices that you can share then across the different countries. I would applaud that. I would definitely say build capacity, have country specific, and then accumulate from there. But not only the I would say inflation basket, the 5 sports, but really looking at multiple sports. And maybe priority sports, because that's where your funding goes. Okay, then we look at leadership. Now, interesting enough, is about 1/3 of the executive board members across all the organization types are women. And that was a 10% increase from 2014, which is a positive. But as much as we sometimes criticize government was really spearheading this. 41.7% female representation, showing a 19.7% increase of female board members since 2014. So it really the government entities that took the lead to have females in executive positions. And we've heard some of the people comment on that. Then the NOCs had 24.1% in executive positions. And then national sport federations, including netball, had 27.7%. And it was an increase 6.7% from 2014. So even with netball, with a high percentage of women flooding into the executive structures, women at the national federation level, at the NOC level, only 20.7. And we know from research that your tipping point for having a gender balance shift, we talked about a tilt in your representation is 30%. So the IOC is talking about 30%, and now they've come up with 40 to 60% is really the range that you should aim for. And now we've said, okay, South Africa 50-50. But what I'm saying is, if you don't have 30, your voice is relatively silenced. And then also what you have is you have people in executive positions, but they are only in gender commissions or women in sport, athletes or technical athletes commission, and in non-main decision-making positions. So they don't, not the CEOs, they're not necessarily the presidents. Now, SASCOC was also a shining light, and I heard this morning they're 60%. At that stage, they were 58.3%, and subcommittee level 53%. And then, but the men still dominate in subcommittees as chairpersons, 62.2%. Then, so drilling down, I could just need to go back. Drilling down, and regional structures was a bit better. So women, 32.3%, and it was a 5.7% decrease for women. So it was going down in 9 years, which should not happen, even with COVID. Okay, then we look at findings in leadership. Female leadership at the NSCs was 41.7, NOCs 24.1. There's only Ministry of Sport, they didn't respond, so we can exclude that discussion. But the other, and that is multiple sports in a specific country, females were 58.3%, which I think it's really significant because they are there in the leadership levels. Then we're looking at, as I say, SASCOC is an outlier because they also fall as a separate entity. Then we look at 2020 stats and leadership, athletics, 27.5 women. But you look at the low ones, football, 10.3% women in leadership positions. And you also look at boxing, 15.6%. So there are the stats per sport that we took. And what is actually interesting is that netball, although they are nearly 100% female, 98% female, they have 62.2% women in leadership positions. So men are already represented in leadership, although they're not players. So the question is, how do they, obviously they are elected, they take the initiative, and this is something that you need to manage in your countries. To what extent? Now, if you bring in male players and you have your base, say 70-30, then there will be even more men going into netball leadership. It would be an assumption that could happen. That could be an hypothesis that you can say. More men, more leadership, and currently with 98% women, 37.8%, nearly 40% are male leaders in a female sport. You don't find that in football. So we have to be alert and see that they don't. It's not a surprise when it happens. Okay, then we look at a comparative analysis 9 years between 2014 and 2020. Okay, look at athletics, 38 to 27%. Okay, we can live with that. Basketball, 21 to 22.7. Boxing was actually better. It was 16, and now boxing is 15. Okay, football, 11. Football is now down, 10 average. Judo, 27. And on the right side, judo, 28. Now, many sports was 40.6%. So many sports would mean your covering of all the other sports in specific countries would perform better than some of these individual sports. And then obviously, netball with 66.2, and it wasn't in the previous one. Okay, now subcommittees. Men still dominate subcommittees. So 808 subcommittees were reported, and women 492. So of the collective, so it's 808 plus 4, like 500. So it's 1,300 something. So 62.2% of the men are actually in subcommittees compared to women. Then if we drill down again, leadership, we look where do they sit, and we look at the table, subcommittees across organizations, and we compare the left column to the right column, 2014 to 2020. You could see that your NSCs were 26% and now they're 48%. Then in 2014, your NOCs were 33%, they increased to 41.9%. Then you look at your sport federations, it was 22, and that now 35. So you could see there was an increase generally. Now, if we look at subcommittees across the sports, athletics, basketball, boxing, again, you see football is relatively low, but higher than your executive level. So what is happening is women are then going into the subcommittees. Now, we don't know in our interpretation if it's now they're having a second layer of leadership that they want to mentor, or they just stuck them there. So it could be both. I don't know whether the grasshopper is going to jump or go dead. So we can interpret it in different ways, and each country can obviously have interpretations, but the stats tell us that there are more women in subcommittees than are executive levels. So if it's a pathway development or a mentorship program that's got effects, we have to draw down and ask a different research question on that one. Then we look at the subcommittees in terms of 2014 and 2018, and you can see the many sports were 46.6%, and netball was 65 again there. So again, if you look at the comparative results, there was not really a lot of progress made. in the federations. So we have to, I remember when I said the recommendations to Stanley, he said, but it's the same. I said, I can't help it, it's the stats, it's stats are the stats. So we have to work harder, or we have to work smarter to get the results, and then we have to monitor the results, that we don't wake up maybe 9 years later. Now we look at chairpersons, the number of chairpersons at the subcommittee level. And we look at judo, 17%, football, 12%. So the women are, even at the subcommittee level, not taking leadership. So they are there, they are members, they count. When you interview, especially people from football or boxing, they say, but it's open for women, they don't take advantage. And then you had reports of people saying that they were intimidated, that the clubs actually pay for the elections, and they buy votes, and there's a lot of issues around elections that one has to address. But it's not always safe for women, especially if 3 women turn up and there's 30 men already waiting. It's not a good environment. And then you look at leadership again at the chairperson. Netball was better, 73.8%. Okay, now we look at reasons. And luckily you covered that, so the box is ticked. Ideology. Okay, and then institutional culture. But is ideology also linked to religion? Ideology also linked to socialization patterns in schools. The principal, as a secondary educator, also have rugby or football or cricket scheduled in the primary spots, and the girls get later in the afternoon. Then we look at institutional culture. The big issue that I found is that there's still an institutional culture that where men are naturally accepted as leaders. Then if women talk and say, oh, she's hysterical. If the men does talk exactly the same way, they say how enthusiastic he might be. So it's the interpretation, but it's at the institution. So you women can crack it. So you have to drill down to the institution and challenge the culture. Then governance and the structures. Good governance, and we had many people talking about the diversity, but also look at what is the meaning and the manifestation of how do they include. Is that inclusion structural? Is it sustainable? Or is it just a show for elections? Then the whole electoral process, nobody actually mentioned that specifically, and that was a big concern for many women. They said, we can't get in. That's why when we have equality, yeah, it's there, they can participate, but equity, the outcome is not equal. So it's not fair, it's not just. So we have to look at how people are elected, how they can actually promote themselves, and then access to resources are still a challenge to many teams and women. Okay. Any before I go to coaching officiating, any comment? You deserve your meal now, okay?
Yeah, no, thanks. That was really helpful. Also, just going back, looking at your stats, when you talk about the numbers and why we are now seeing a lot of women coming up in committees, leadership committees. I think it's 2 ways. I think in some cases it is a form of a pathway for them to leadership, but it's also just ticking the box. For a lot of male-dominated sports, it's just ticking the box so that they can report back that they've made progress. But really, the intention is to leave it as it is, to the best of. So it's in one way also a challenge to the women that they need to beat them at their own game. I don't know how better.
But if the scenario plays out and I'm a woman and I really want to go for the presidency, or I go, because they're all stuck as Secretary General. I don't know, we're secretaries by nature, I don't know why. But anyway, so we want to have a decision-making position there. Now, there is a lot of issues against us. I'm not even considering the household issues or the culture, the broader culture, but within the sport, there's this cultural barriers. Yes. And as you say, they sometimes just tick the box. I've spoken to several boxing presidents, and they say, the woman can participate. I can't help if they don't take it up. And what they've done, they've enlarged the boards. So if you have now a ministry, say, of youth and culture and sports and that, now they break up. You can be culture, you can be women, you can be... So they make it smaller, but they don't let women infiltrate and take over in any case. They just make the board bigger. And then they tick the boxes. But as you say, it could also be that there is some kind of pathway. Yes?
So there's a great challenge there for us to look at in terms of how do we deal with this and how can we, address it, yeah.
Identify it and then deal with it, yeah. Yes?
Sorry, Joanne, yeah. I'm looking at the stats, and what she's saying is very correct. But for interest's sake, have we got an age breakdown on the women that's stepping into leadership now? Is it more the older ladies, or is it the young ones that's taking the lead? That to me would be very interesting.
Yeah, both. But because sometimes it's somebody that what I find is it's with women with connections or with special qualifications. So they would like to have a woman with a legal background, or they would like to have a woman specifically in marketing and communication. So they sometimes choose women, and they even put them in positions without going through an election process. They just place them there because of their scarce skills. So they need it. So they get in. And then sometimes it's people that come from commissions or from the government sector, and they still have the influence. They've got social capital. But they use the women very wisely that they left through I don't think there were any activists that I picked up. So it's really older women or connected women or people with special skills.
That was basically what I was trying to determine. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes? These voices never be silent.
Yeah, finally. Thank you. I think now I know how a woman feels. I think my input, definitely, I'm also from a school environment and involved in school sports, but also with the federation. I think there's a disjunction between the federations and schools, and it depends on who completes the surveys. I align myself with the previous speaker from boxing, if I am correct, that it depends. Somebody is completing the survey on behalf. It's almost like speaking about us without us being there. And that's where the data is not acceptable by everybody, because you look at it, even if we do the comparison about men and female coaches or managers, if you take it from a school sports perspective, the majority of teachers in primary school are female. So obviously, already the stats goes up in terms of that. You get to high schools, many men, except for the so-called known predominantly male sporting codes, which is your football and rugby, their stats might be higher, but women are now infiltrating that space as well. Now, when you do from schools, tertiary to the federation, that is where the problem sits. And as I'm sitting here, I've been involved with the EPG report, specifically South Africa. And may he so rest in peace, Dr. Basson. We sat down and we interrogated the stats. So even with that, because at some stage, athletics, for example, was said, your stats, it's not correct. Because somebody filled in. Now, if you say organized sports, especially the priority sporting codes, like you have said, netball, athletics, and football. Most definitely, organized sport, the league system is doing not exceptionally well, but it's getting there. The other codes, which we call the Cinderella codes, the smaller codes, table tennis, gymnastics, etc., that's where the problem and the interpretation of who is where. And then lastly, my point is, in the past, the secretarial post was reserved for women. But now our male counterparts found out that if you're the general secretary, you're the heartbeat of the organization. And suddenly there's a change. No, you do the minutes, I'll be the general secretary. But it's for us ladies to stand up and make our voices known. The lady in white, Malawi, you know, if we all become like that, she was said 5 minutes. She made sure by how she presented, she exceeded the 5 minutes, and we applaud her on that. And that's how we should be in our respective spaces. There are limitations, but push your way. And then these states will most definitely change. In the next conference, there should definitely be a change, but also let's make sure the person who is intended to give that information has been consulted or form part of those who complete the surveys.
Okay, just for correction, schools excluded here. Because in the 2014 study, they found that people were making up numbers. So they didn't trust the stats coming from the school sport. But 2 other national studies for South Africa is more accurate because we worked with 9 institutions, 9 universities across the country. So that is 2 other reports that I think you will find very much validated for physical education school sport. But these numbers, remember, who are the voices? It's national. So if you speak to 5 sports or 6 sports, you speak to the president, you speak to the secretary general, and they fill in the, about 75% of the secretary generals completed the survey. So your stats are only relevant to the people that completed this. And I mean, we send some of the stats back and say, but it can't, it's not reliable, it's not possible. So your stats are as good as the people that provide it. That's why the M&E system in country and then collated from there would be best. But the voices here are only your National Olympic Committees, your sports councils, and your sport federations. Schools are not there, and Paralympics and disability sport are not here. It's not their voices. Yes.
Okay, my takeaway from your presentation is that we have started something. And I think that's the most important thing. And what is more important is that moving forward, people should cooperate with the researchers, give them reliable information instead of challenging it after. So I think if all of us, we go back to our organizations and make sure that we provide information. I know I tried to assist her to get information from South Africa. It was not easy. So let's try, all of us, to make sure that the information, because this information is information that the region wants, in order for the region to plan. So we can't plan without knowing. So I think it's very much important for us. Let's go back to our organizations and make sure that whoever receives that correspondence, make sure that the reliable and the people who are supposed to provide information provide the correct information. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Mine is not necessarily questions, but comments. One, it is very important, I think, that women in sport should be part of the women's movement in their own countries. It's not useful that we think we can treat women in sports outside the national women's movement. For me, I think that's what I observe, that the sports fraternity does not see itself as part of the larger women's movement. And as a result, they might lose a lot as a result of that. The next comment is that it is a very dicey situation how to get substantive equality versus descriptive equality. Do you start with descriptive representation? Do you go straight to substantive representation? I think it is very dicey because sometimes where are you going to get the substantive representation without the numbers? But then when you bring the numbers, how do you eliminate tokenism that might actually lead to gender backlash that we are experiencing in politics today? Because we concentrated more on numbers than...
Yeah, that's why I said I'll give you the whole report, because the previous report in 2014, and the brief was just go survey data. And survey data is dead because it's just numbers. So in the report of 139 pages, I think about 70% would be qualitative, descriptive, quotes, narratives that substantiate the stats. But remember, each one come from their perspective, what they know. The stats here was collated by a statistician at the university. It was not even by an individual, it was a separate body. So, as Tambi said, the stats that were given to us were collated in the quantitative. The challenge is to substantiate, argue, and then I think in the report is really the descriptive part that is these kind of themes. So if you do the coding and you do the generation of themes, these came out from the narratives. And I found that the narratives of 45 interviews is quite a substantial number of data that you have. If you look at 45 interviews of an hour long, it's a lot of data. I think it was about 380 typed pages of data that exist, that was communicated, and with the president always being there, or the Secretary General. The challenge is when people complete surveys, and all of us, if they complete surveys for you in the future, how do you trust the data? Unless you have an M&E system in place that you can verify, you can check, you can verify, you can check. And that is the challenge I found with 2014, and I find with this, and we'll find it in the future. Unless you have a system in place, what they give you is what you got, and it's from the federations. You can't argue with them. This is their stuff. So if we look at coaching and officiating, but if you look at the strong male bias of the national coaching level, only 22% of the women, but it was still 2% up from the baseline. And then netball, 46.2% female coaches. Actually, I trust the netball stats because the people were very meticulous about it. And then it counts, so you can see that 46.2% of netball are coached by females. So the majority of our netballs in the different countries are coached by men. Athletics and boxing relatively low in terms of national coaches, and then 18% of all head coaches across the sports are women. So it's 18%, and we know that we talked this morning about a 20%, so it's lower than that. And the lowest in boxing of the national coaches would be 8%, athletics 17%, and judo 19.5%. These were stats given by the federations. If you don't believe it, you've got to go back to your federations. So then we look at the women as qualified technical officials, and there was a decrease, but when COVID happened, and then 21.6%. And the lowest again in football is 14%, in boxing 25.5%. This was given by the federations in terms of the technical officials that were qualified. Then netball was added, and as a case, 46.2% of the national female coaches and 46.5% of the women as qualified technical officials. So the men are already in the netball in technical officials and coaching positions. Now, if we look at coaching, Then we could look at the gender distribution of the national team coaches by the sports 2020, and women were only 22% and men 78% of national team coaches across the 6 sports. Then again, we can look at coaching, and we look at gender distribution of coaches at the local and regional levels. On the registered database, 2014 was women 20%, and 2020 data was 22%. So it's more or less similar. Nothing really changed significantly for the 5 federations. Remember, it's the inflation basket, not all the sports. Then we're looking at, again, coaching and gender distribution among the national team coaches. And all sports associations, again, netball, athletics, you could see is relatively low, 11%. And then you see boxing, 11.4%. And you see football, 28.6%. So at least at the national team level, there are female coaches. And obviously they're coaching female teams to a large extent. Then we look at, again, coaching. And we look at the national team coaches across sports associations. And there you can see at the number, 500, and the 2014 study didn't give us numbers, only percentages, but the 2020 data gives us a database with, let's say, 570 people were actually registered national team coaches, and you can see it's quite, the numbers are quite high. Football, 5,678. So you can see the percentage there in terms of the netball is 14.4% men are at the national team coaches and 85 women. So at the national level, it is really higher for women. Then we look at the coaching again, and we look at head coaches versus obviously assistant coaches. The head coaches, women are only 18%. So in the coaching, again, we don't know whether it's an understudy or assistant coach, but head coaches specifically were reported to be only 18% female. Then we look at also coaching here in terms of the head coaches at the provincial and regional and club levels, and you can see down, digging down, boxing is 8.6%, which is relatively low, and football is 23.3%. So there are female coaches coming up at the club level and at the provincial level. At the lower levels, the women are there, but they're not coming through as an output in terms of equity. Then many sports, that's interesting, which is the multiple sports, is 21.9%. So it's nearly 22% that are female. So we have to address these issues of head coaching, and are there a pathway development from assistant coaches or not? Okay, then COVID effects. Shall we just go through, or you want to talk about coaches and technical officials? Okay, we can do that. Okay, now the negative effects of COVID is very interesting. We know all of that, so I'm not going to repeat it. But in the sports sector, and she's very right, you can't have a sports sector as a separate silo. But in society, if you pitch your sector in the society, obviously we had deaths, closed downs, we had high-level Unesco report 200% increase in mental instability. So there was a lot of societal issues, downturn of economy, people having to stay at home with the kids, being schools not open. Then the negative effects of the sport is a lot of revenue that's left. Sponsors put out because the businesses went down, or they had to alleviate other issues. Then governments had to put their resources towards fighting COVID-19. And then there were some relief funds in several countries where athletes really went hungry and they could benefit from the relief fund. The positive effects is technology happened. People were actually saying, good heavens, we have to reflect. So people were at home, they had to reflect. So they strategized, they had some elections at the federations level, and they said, we have to be more strategic. Stuff didn't work up to now. So there was a lot of people saying, let's reposition ourselves, and let's just go for, because Tokyo also happen, the Olympic Games happen. So let's just look for the next 4 years and how can we be strategically to catch up. So the word that one could coin is for women also to catch up double. Because you were left behind, now you were left behind because of COVID, so there is now catch-up time. So how to recover from COVID. And the positive effects, as I said, was all about technology and the coaches, and it was a reverse interpretation, we're talking about narratives. So as women, higher levels of gender-based violence happened because a lot of coaches told us they were not there where kids or players could report transgressions. They were the safe spaces for many of the players. So when they were out of the equation, the athletes were left to their own device, especially the younger guys. So if we can build a case for sport, the whole one can benefit from the findings and the stats and the evidence. There's a lot of evidence in impact assessments to say this is one of the main things is the resilience that comes with sport participation. And then also the positive effect in the sports sector is that the value is not about competition only. I think patients will tell us about the nightmare of Tokyo. It was not a pleasant Olympics. It was really, and a lot of athletes talked about the bubble. Netball talked about the bio bubble. It was stressful. It was not normal, and they played match after match. So the effect of the sports sector, they say it can't only be about winning. It's got to be about development. But we can't say women is now sport for development. You are minimizing your effect. You've got to be there at the competitive sport and the development. Development is also a contentious issue. So be careful to talk about sport for development. It's now your home. It's not your home. You've got to be up there at the Olympic Games. You've got to be the next president of the IOC. Okay, so take it over from the Germans. Okay, so what is it? The sports sector is sport cares, ministries care. They talk about health optimizing physical activity. World Health Organization came in. In Brazil, they have Australia invested a lot of money in health optimizing physical activity. So be careful to phrase yourself, oh, we're just developed. No, you already developed. Then we look at the positive effects on the society, and that is the discovery of thinking, of contemplating, of having, and gender-based violence also put women on the agenda, and the discriminatory and the abuse and that of the agenda. In all the interviews, so 45, nobody talked about harassment. Not one interviewee said about harassment. When I probed about harassment, I said, no, not in our sports. And we know currently that in our own country, there are 42 cases, issues, silence. There is just silence when it comes to the issue. So yeah, maybe we can use what we have to use. Okay, now if we look at when we ask people, what do you want Region 5 to do? Many didn't know what was Region 5 all about. It was not for a federation that they link up to Region 5. They link up to the Sports Commission, they link up to the International Federation, and they link up to the NOC because they've got money. So solidarity pays, solidarity gets the loyalty. So they said Region 5 needs to spread the philosophy. It means that all of us, you need to spread the philosophy, rewiring people, especially attack the corporate culture, national culture. It's, okay, the media as well, but we need to look at low-hanging fruits. To change public media is going to take another year. We know globally 90% of all printed media is male. It's very similar this morning. So to change public large amounts is difficult, but you can the low-hanging fruit is to really have what you're currently doing, workshops, affirmative action happening, talking about it, have events branded. There's a lot of good practices out there. Then policies are happening, and then strategic alignment and development, then stakeholder alignment, and we're talking about stakeholder, and that is the big issue that they say we work in silos. You need to link up with your machinery. And if we listen to Tamira Vele as well, they approach a journalist, they approach somebody from a gender entity. So we need to align gender across the sectors. And then capacity building was a big thing, and funding. Then the last one, really, I'm there, pudding is done. So spread the knowledge and harmful practices. It's not out in the open. There is not even stats for that. It's like it's undercover. And then Stanley said zero tolerance, but where's the mechanisms? Where's the whistleblowing? Where's the protection? Where's the reporting? Where's the follow-up at all levels? Safeguarding and then enabling environment, get the output, not the quality, the equity, to get the output right, an enabling environment. Then all stakeholders, and have an MEL system in place, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. So if you don't learn from stuff that you find how you're going to go forward, then share the knowledge, just like this morning, good practices, getting ideas from each other, and then look at capacitating coaches at all levels. And she's quite right, schools are actually the pool of talent for the future, starting with primary school, because we know perceptual motor development 8 to 12 years, otherwise you miss the opportunity. We need to start young. We need to have specialists, physical educators, sport coaches in the primary schools already. Then look at about key portfolios, women really making decisions, really taking the leadership, not the minutes. Then looking at stakeholder engagement and looking at men also fighting with you. It's a gender-minded person, not only a woman. Woman is not a woman's issue only. I think that is a big issue that it came, oh, it's a women's department, oh, it's a women's commission. No, it's a societal issue. If we don't drive it like that, it will be forever in the corner as a woman's issue. Okay, I think that's my story for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the research, the data you have presented. But before you can take your seat, maybe, there is a question from someone who sent it through. Is the data by country so that it helps with policy and programming interventions?
Is it? Is the data
disaggregated data?
Yeah. The full report, you get it per country as well. I can share that on, I'll ask Region 5 to share it online with you. The full report is, I say, you can read it in sections because it's quite thick, because I built in the qualitative quite a lot, and with specific narratives from specific countries. So, but I will not identify the person. I will not say it's the president of basketball in Zimbabwe, then everyone knows the guy. So I'll just say it's a representative of Zimbabwe basketball. You probably know the guy anyway, but I mean, I have to cover my tracks.
Thank you once again. Please, you can take your leave. Put our hands together. Sorry, there is another question.
Thanks. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Prof.
I feel more comfortable here.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, okay, patience, yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a Mampara here, but I think you'll help me. I want to understand the issue on, if you did that part, we lose a lot of women when they get too committed to the marriage part, you know? Because the obvious, some of them, they have now to start families, they have to agree with their husband or girlfriends and boyfriends. I think the point I'm trying to make is that we will lose potential athletes, potential women in sport leaders, and it becomes sad because those are the people that can contribute And I think my question is in terms of
Yeah.
of the research.
But
is that- is that-
it was
has
about
that part-
80% of your dropout is because of that. Because the woman can't get permission from the husband, or they want to focus on their marriage and the young children. So yeah, domestic issues are quite big in terms of why they drop out. But after school, you lose them from high school going up to club level. And it's only universities that produce a lot of that. The challenge is from after high school, even in the latter years of high school that they drop.
So basically, Ndambi and Khami must make sure that the advocacy becomes very serious on that aspect. Ne? Thank you very much.
So you have to include your men, because they are the fathers and the husbands and stuff. Tell you have got to stay at home and wash my clothes and whatever you want to do. But it's a big issue but it's also by choice. Some women don't want to. It's by choice, but if you rewire them, you need to rewire the husband and you need to rewire the woman. Otherwise, you're not going to have them. Yes?
I think at the part where you said they said there's no harassment, I think it's really wrong to ask men that question in a federation. To tell the truth, in masculine sports, if you ask a man about harassment, yet they are dominant, do you really think you're going to get the right answer? You're not. So they will make sure that they put everything and anything, more especially from SASCOC, under the carpet. So that is one thing. I believe the next time we ask women in that federations what is happening, so that we can cover that part. And then the other part, when it comes to coaching, I believe that one of the most reasons why when we get to national level, we have a lot of women not being present, is that provinces usually push women to be more of, I will talk about boxing, RNJ. So it's more like, if you look at the stats of boxing, women dominate in ref and judge, yet men dominate in coaching. So I think also that plays an impact on not having too many women represented as head coaches at national level. Besides that, the other thing they will say, a woman will not be able to train a heavyweight. I mean, I'm a national coach myself, and it's one question that I got at some point: how would I actually train a heavyweight? Which I do train a heavyweight at a club level. So there's still that stereotype type of mentality in some of the sporting code, if I may put it that way, or the first preference to say to take coaches, they first prefer men, and then they add a woman because SASCOC said they must add a woman. So it's just some of the things that maybe we really need to look at and address from that perspective.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. The one issue that I think nobody's really putting on the table, maybe just as an ad hoc suggestion, is if you are employed, if you can generate income, more women will see it as an opportunity for a career. But currently, you have to have the time, you have to have support of your family, and you have to have income from your family to be a coach, or an athlete for that matter, unless you're on a specific high-level bursary. So unless we professionalize coaching and technical officiating across sports, even Cinderella sports, women will not go for that, and parents will not actually promote women going into the pathways of coaching and technical officiating. And we look at unemployment of youth, and we look at what services, and as you say, coaches 24/7. The weekends, you're never at home. So it's very difficult to run a family if you're at that level of a coach. So we have to look at youth employability. If you look at Sustainable Development Goal 8, you have to look at the employability opportunities for women as well, and pathways. Yes, there's somebody at the end. Oh, there's somebody here, there, and at the end. There's here. Okay.
Okay.
Who's first? Okay.
I was, I think. So my focus is on philosophy in action, but this is also based on, your whole presentation, from participation, leadership, coaching. the recommendations. Now, my thinking is that, or perhaps you should pose it as a question amongst your stakeholders, do parents and guardians fall under the stakeholders? Because if we are going to, I feel like philosophy in action is the most powerful of all. And if it's attacked, I'm using the term attacked for a reason, properly, it means the rest is going to be very smooth. Now, all these things that are happening are based on gender roles. You know, from the time a child is born, we are made to believe that guys are for guns, and, you know, the father goes out with the boys to play, to participate in sports, while women stay at home helping the mother with cooking or playing house. And we're growing up with that mentality. We go to school, there are specific sporting activities for boys and specific experiencing the same problems because it's starting from the home until the work level. So while we are looking at the philosophy in action, how then do we engage the parents, the guardians, you know, as stakeholders to ensure, because if we're looking at it, I think it's the early childhood development part, where we're saying while they're still young, can we at least try to, you know, instill or remove all these, you were talking about harmful ideologies, myths, and all that. That's the level at which it's all supposed to be addressed. So while taking action, parents and guardians also need to play a very useful role in ensuring that the advocacy reaches out, you know, the awareness and everything. Thank you.
You see, if we talk to federations, and I address that issue with them, asking them, and there is lovely programs about the sport parent. There's lovely programs about creating awareness amongst parents. But our biggest issue is the school governing body are the representatives of the community and the parents. But some principals are also against physical activity. If you look at the really, I would say, impoverished schools, or schools with less resources, it's a challenge because they've got to focus on English, and they've got to focus on maths and science. They've got to get pass rate in the final year of schooling. So first ed and in schools in Namibia, they have integrated physical education and school sport policy that breach some issues, but we're not reaching the parents unless it's in the public media. Men are still the the gatekeepers. Parents, and there is studies done that shows that the higher level of education of the mother, the better children are not so time poor that they can participate and get the freedom to participate. Then the big issue of clothing. I mean, they don't even necessarily have exercise clothing. They have a dress, and that dress is going to keep till next year. So socioeconomic issues are quite big, and dress codes are quite big. But you are right, we need to, the federations need to reach out more to parents. And the schools, I think we've got teachers here, need to reach out to the governing bodies and to principals, but there's your case for sport. You need to build your case for sport, and then you need to get the philosophy out. And you have to come up with strategies, but from the federation's part, I mean, they volunteers to a large extent. How are they going to do everything they want them to do and participate in all these events? So there should be mechanisms in place that can reach that, I would say, that stakeholder type. Yes?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I think it was very insightful for me and thought-provoking. So what I have is just a comment. Looking at the results that you shared for the women leadership, as well as the technical trained women, whether it's coaches or different technical capacities, I noticed that both of them have low numbers. So the question and comment is, was there like a correlation done to see if there's a relationship between the women in leadership and the women who are trained? Because I do believe there could be a relationship between the two. And just looking at the different initiatives that we have, I think across the countries, if we do empower women with the skills, with the knowledge, with the technical abilities, then we definitely will see more women in leadership positions.
I think it's a loaded question and a loaded comment. What you are saying is when you have interventions like leadership training or coaches training or level of capacity building, you need to trace to see what is the impact. And if impact is then more women in leadership position, then it's a good strategy. But if you don't monitor your strategies and look at the impact of each strategy, that then contribute 4 or 5 strategies to a more representation at the leadership level, you're not going to get the causality and the correlations between what, because it's an assumption. We need the actual proof. And Africa is data poor to some extent. So we need to trace your interventions and see what is the impact. I mean, we had ad hoc cases, yeah, we trained that girl and she went there and that one. Yeah, but we need the evidence. So we need to build evidence around our strategies. But I believe hypothesis, I think it could be positively tested. I assume you'll find the correlation, yeah. Yes? Something is dead there.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very insightful. I have a couple of questions and probably comments. First and foremost is how the research was conducted. I'd like to propose, if possible, that we utilize also women in research, in sport in particular, probably have grants like they do in the other sectors where we can have our university students get to do research, you know, on behalf of our national Olympics, national councils and commissions. I think that is what can feed into research at this level, because it's more at a higher level, and you tend to look at the sample sizes becoming very low and not having a right representation in terms of percentages and all that. So it would really be key to start to engage the young ladies in sport, to do research at that level, starting from grassroots level, that would feed into the policy level research, and it would be more informative in that sense. So that would be one of my suggestions. Secondly, some research does just require us to do qualitative than quantitative, particularly looking at the numbers and what significance that would have in terms of representation. So it is very informative, but I would propose that countries invest more in sports research. Thank you.
Thank you. I think all you said, as I said in the beginning, we can't do this because it's so. And then Region 5 said we need the stats. That was the brief. We need the stats. So it was a comparative between 2014 and 2021. So you have to look at the same people doing the same thing, filling in the same kind of stuff to compare. Otherwise, how do you compare? You can't compare apples with Tuesdays. But I said from the beginning, my wish list was to build capacity across universities within the region, that when you have a methodology, you roll it out that can compare across countries, but they can do more in-depth on-site visits. Remember, this was COVID, it was just Zoom. So it was very difficult, and the brief was just look at the stats. That the fact that we did interviews was a descriptive component that didn't exist before. The next phase would be to put an MEL system in place, get researchers, senior researchers from universities, 2 or 3 universities per country, come together, say what are the issues that we need to research, and then decide methodology, do it in country, because it's a language issue as well. You need to have local people. You need to have empowered women. 2 years ago, I had 5 PhD students in 1 year, and they were some of you from your regions. So why can't we then allocate research problems to universities to respond with masters and PhD students that can work for relatively free? They can just cover their costs and get proper data in depth. But you can't have stats in 2014 and not the same thing, otherwise you can't compare. So now we've got a completely new support in terms of lots of qualitative data and potential now to build a network of universities and student athletes to work in this field. I think the time is now to put that in place and then develop from there.
Wow. Another round of applause to Professor Kola.
They can ask later.
Thank you for the detailed research, and I hope most of us as member countries are going to benefit from the data collected, as she has promised to share with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call upon Sulufelo Maduma, who is our AUSC Region 5 Sports for All officer. She's going to share with us actually, the programs conducted by the region. Over to you, Sulu. Good afternoon.
Just sorting out. I just came here as a dictionary. I was not supposed to be here, but I just as a dictionary to just outline the programs that we have in our region. I'll start with the Women Leadership Program. I think we had most countries reporting on the Women Leadership Program as the program that came about with the 2030 Gaborone Declaration as a resolution that came out from the 2013 Gaborone Declaration, where we saw that was carried out, we saw that there is a gap between women in leadership positions. So we came about to have this women leadership program, close that gap between men and women in leadership positions. So this program is there to educate our young women between 18 to 30 years in all our member states. This program, I think you have already had its achievement in several countries, which we are now seeing our fruits that we bear through this program that we created from us meeting the ladies that met in 2013. This came out of the resolution that they came about with. There are still countries that are lagging behind in implementing this program because you are ladies that are at country levels which are responsible for program implementation. I'm here to challenge you. If your countries are not yet implementing this program, is just to say, go back. If you need assistance from the office or you need assistance, you want to benchmark from another country, communicate with us, time for us to network as women in the region so that we can make men aware that when we say that we want to be empowered, we want to take leadership positions, we don't take for granted the problem that are there to assist us to in those occupation positions with capability. We also, in the region, we also have the Float program as a collaboration between us and Tafisa. We came about the program after realizing that women are not visible in sports for all activities. That's when we said, okay, let's try to empower our women in the region to take up leadership positions in sports for all We don't take for granted our young people. We want them to be visible as well. So most of our program, we focus more on giving opportunities to the young women out there. We also have another program that when I talk about it, I feel pain because it's something that can be doable without monetary, because we know that we as women, we have successful women in sports who are visible. Even among us, we have director of Zimbabwe among us is a woman. So we have a women one for more program as well in the office, which is there to assist us as women to exchange knowledge amongst ourselves. So this program, I think when you listen through on the country report, only 2 countries reported that they're implementing it. But it's a program that it was meant for women to network, to exchange knowledge, also to assist us in a purpose of succession plan. You'll see that among us right now, amongst us right now in the room, there are few young women. Mm-hmm. There are very few young women. Mm-hmm. I think if I can say right now, who are those women between 18 and 35, you'll see that there are very few here. So this program, so this One for More program was meant for women in this room to just adopt 4 young women and make sure that you exchange knowledge, mentor them through the leadership, be it technical into sport, be it management, anything. That knowledge or the skill that one woman has in a country can be transferred to another woman without monetary. So this program was there for that purpose. And only 2 countries so far are implementing the program. So with this program, it was meant for us to have that opportunities as young women to have that pathway in sport through the assistance from already women occupying leadership positions. So the program was meant for young women in between any age to be assisted in acquiring knowledge in sport. And I will just say and encourage women who are already occupying leadership positions in this room to take charge and make sure that when you get to your country, find another woman and try to exchange or give them light in sports-related issues so that we can see all of us growing. I bet if we can do that, we'll reach the 40% that the region have set itself for increasing women in leadership position by 40% in 2028. So I'll just encourage you to make sure that when you get to your your respectful position or work, make sure that you try to push another woman to be part of sport and take part and take leadership positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sulu. Thank you very much. Thank you for that outline. I think member countries are aware of some of the programs, but the issue now is on action. So let's gear up, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure we implement the programs that are stored on us by the region. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day, very busy, fully packed, but thank you for your cooperation. Thank you even for your participation. Right now, allow me to inform you that we are going to take a short break. Then we come back briefly for a nice something. I think Madam Mamoruti and team are going to be here taking charge of the next session. But for now, can we take a 20-minute break as we get our tea? Sorry? Or we wait? Okay, okay. We respect your wishes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Now we are going to have a group photo. Since we are smartly dressed, we will have a group photo, then we break at once for tea and networking. Thank you. Yeah, I get. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we come for a group photo? Let's come for our group photo. Let's come for a group photo. I know we are tired, but we also want to rest.
We have to go up some, eh?
Okay, those with jackets, please, may we take off the jackets shortly? Then we have our photos. Okay.
There's this lady who's is a birthday.
Yo. Put it down.
Okay. I'm okay, yeah.
I am shorter.
Ladies.
Is it a selfie?
Test. Ladies, can I have Livonia? Where's Livonia? Livonia? No. Ladies, let's just wait for a minute. Yes. We have Our Lady Livonia Priska. I can't pronounce the surname. It's her birthday today. Can we sing for her? Come. From all of us.
I won't hide my ears. I'm 31 today.
We wish you all the best. Happy birthday, my dear. Thank you.